Alrighty. Hello everybody. Welcome back to Grim Dawn, Fangs of Asterkarn. Last time, we did all of the Cronley quest line and started pushing into Arkovia. Now I said that we did everything up to that point. We've cleared all the areas. I realized I was actually wrong. There are technically three detonation sites that we left behind around Lower Crossing and I think it's Foggy Bank, yeah. And I'm not sure it's the appropriate time to go check them out, but we can always come back out if enemies are too high level. So I'm gonna actually go there first, and then we are going to push forward towards Homestead. I also wanted to check what our reputation situation is like, because we are very far on the progress bar with beasts, actually even further with undead. I'm starting to kind of worry that we might unlock a nemesis soon, and I'm not at all ready for that. Hey Fade. What's up? So let's check out if this is an appropriate place to go, or if I need to come back later. This is one of the most important quests that we're ever gonna run into, so best not miss it. So, I don't even need to open this up. I should be able to see the enemies behind. 57. Yeah, okay, we can do this. This is gonna be important because this quest line will continue. It's like a three-part or four-part quest line, and one of the parts is coming up in Arkovia or Broken Hills. So I'm gonna clear this out now so that we don't have to come back later. Hopefully the boss here doesn't kick our ass. I mean, he's mostly acid. Also, there's been a hotfix recently that nerfed a bunch of the... Why is my loot filter turned off? Magic is... What? Why is this showing up? Something is not working right. Did they break? I think they might have broken the loot filter during the update. That's gonna be annoying. So expect a lot more screen clutter, I guess. Oof. Okay, you do hurt. You very much hurt. Gonna need to thin them out, but primarily the shooters back here. Hopefully the boss is not an asshole. We can thank him. I think, did that proc my... No, it didn't. I was worried it procced my ghoul. Luckily it didn't. Yeah, loot filter is broken somehow. Maybe let's do the typical thing. Turn it on and off again. Okay. Not that. Nope. Doesn't do anything. Well, that's hopefully easy to fix. So what do you have for us? Oh, a bunch of heroes. That's not nice. I wanted some one-on-one time. I mean, we're gonna need to split these up. It's gonna be too much. Yeah, frozen. Bastard. Please leave me alone for a moment. I just need the frozen guy to die. Ah, come on. Ghoul saving us? Ooh, that's not well enough. Alright, he hurts. What damage does he deal? Does he do piercing? I think my piercing resistance is pretty solid. Maybe it's physical again. It's always physical, isn't it? Fortunately, we can't really do anything about that. Unless we manage to stack our armor higher. Physical resistance is difficult to find. I could technically get some here, but skill points might be scarce. I also don't want the hassle of having to keep it up all the time, every minute. Where did you guys come from? This was cleared. Stop respawning. You would. So, this time I'm not gonna be an idiot, I'm gonna open a portal. Oh, I could have opened that a little closer. Let's do it again. Oh, and now the filter works. Interesting. Don't know what that's all about. Even these little eyes hurt like hell. He's gonna keep summoning a lot more of them. Should hide the eye. Okay, yeah, no, that's not cool. Alright, we're gonna come back here later. That's a little too painful. Okay, but there's still another location that I wanted to check out on the Foggy Bank. I could maybe sneak in the Ruined Shrine. And avoid the boss. I think that's one that we need to restore by just sacrificing materials, right? Yeah. So let's just sneak this one. Oh, I don't have... what is that? Riftstone. Oh yeah, I used all of them. Okay. Gonna have to go back to town. I could try to quickly respec just for this fight, get some physical resistance, and see if that makes it better. My acid could also be slightly higher, so I'm gonna try that. Just need to free up 2 skill points somewhere. Where's a good place to do that? Maybe here.
Stay strong.
Put them in Blood of Dreek and Aspect of the Guardian. 5% extra physical and 20% poison and acid resistance. See if that makes a difference. And I wanted the Riftstone from the blacksmith.
What brings you to my forge?
Riftstone, there we go.
Don't get killed.
I'm doubtful it's gonna make a difference on our survivability, but I've been wrong before. Okay, that's our devotion points. We might as well invest that immediately, start leveling up Tsunami. Pick up all of this. Is this area somewhat clear so that it's just us and the boss? No, no, it's not. They spawn heroes right on top of us. Okay. Whew. That went quick. Ghoul saving us again. What am I stuck on? Let me through. Okay. That's this guy. Yeah, this is not looking... Yeah, the little eyes are getting in my way. Yeah, this doesn't seem like a reasonable way. I'm gonna stop ramming my head against obstacles that I just shouldn't be encountering yet. Because the thing that we did last stream in Hargate's lab, that's too much. I shouldn't be doing that to myself. The other thing that I wanted to check out is probably gonna be the same deal, right? Oh, not Foggy Bank. It's the passage underneath. Whoa! How are these level 61? Oh yeah, they keep scaling with me. Because it's ultimate difficulty. Acer damage, damn it. Okay, let me pick that up. Yeah, our Acer resistance is catastrophic, that's 22. What is our cold? Yeah, our cold is good. Because the next area that we're coming to is very cold leaning. I think it might be above our level still. These guys we can handle. without much issue. I'm guessing, yeah, that hero, because my acid resistance is solved, it has to be like physical damage that he's hitting us with. Prime Spark Cord, Cold and Lightning. Ooh, that's nice. If only we were playing our intended final cold build already, that would be handy. But unfortunately, that's quite a ways away. We're still playing Chaos. Okay, how bad is this? 59 looks like a reasonable level, but then again, so did the Guardian above, and we saw how that went. It's probably gonna be that we'll be able to deal with the spawns here just fine, but the boss might be a problem. Ooh, yeah, my big mouth immediately take most of my health and damage from a hero. Whoa! Okay. I mean, not okay, but... yeah, not as comfortable as I thought it would be. The problem is probably just our health pool. We are... 5,000... well, 5.5 isn't a ton. But unfortunately, building up more isn't something we can easily do. Zeros, zeros. Burning, that's fine. We are resistant to fire. Okay, I'm gonna open a portal, just in case. Could have done that already. Go on, open up. Quick with the priest. Oh yeah, I didn't even check the modifiers up here. So they're doing extra Aether damage. Yeah, that will explain some of the hits. That's our weakest resistance. Extra Chaos, that's more or less okay. And we have lower cooldown, which unfortunately doesn't help us much, because we don't have many very important cooldown-based abilities. Yeah, that's the Aether hits, I'm guessing. Okay, 63. What's my freeze resistance? Because that's gonna be important in this fight. 42. Not the best. Yeah, this thing will freeze us. I'm not sure if he uses that skill in melee, maybe we'll be fine. No, that looked like he was about to use it. Wow, that was a hit. Wait to stop. Okay, cast the projectile, dodge it, go after him. Oh, he has some sort of shotgun. Yeah. Ooh, I'm bleeding from something. Oh yeah, that's probably my bleeding damage, because the Skeletal Knight is reflecting it onto me. So what is it that you're casting? Oh, you have a curse. It's probably reducing my cold resistance. That's why he's hitting so hard periodically. Oh, that's the freeze that I didn't dodge. But he's almost dead. That's our ghoul proc. Hopefully we can kill him before it falls off. We can't. Okay, almost done. Oh. Just a little bit less health and I was dead. Okay, Bone Weave leggings. Okay, so we've dealt with this. But the Guardian is too much. That is his monster infrequent. Or a ESS Arcanist, so usually Druid. I believe the Trozan Druid for endgame is looking for this item. Okay, so we're skipping that for now. So we're going to push forward on Broken Hills. Now there's another side path that we can take here that I'm fairly confident is also going to be overall level. And that's this. I'm just gonna peek my nose in, but I believe... I mean, these are level appropriate. But will it continue deeper in? Could also theoretically encounter the first celestial totem here, which would be exciting encounter to say the least. Encounter that I would probably have to just avoid. Because again, if we were starting with leveling gear, then yeah, sure, we would by now be probably like level 70, but I'm stubborn and I wanted to do things from scratch. I mean, there are people that are wiping their characters and all their stash, having to do the entire playthrough 3 times. So, even though I'm hurting myself by making things more difficult, at least I'm still saving time by only having to do 1 playthrough. Another thing that we kind of left behind, quote-unquote, is there's a new NPC that I found in, what is it, Twin Falls, that it seems to be affiliated with the Cronley gang, although he's not hostile. But doesn't seem to be anything we can do with him yet. I think maybe if we come back after we've repaired the bridge in Twin Falls, which means we have to loop around from the north, then I think maybe he will be interactable. I noticed that they've added the loading screen for Pangs of Asterkarn, which was accidentally missing, and I'm not sure they added it correctly because I think I'm only getting that screen now. It should be cycling in between them. They are considerably higher level than me. 60. I mean, it's not as bad as Hargate's laboratory, but still. This might not be an area we should be pushing into. Also, these enemies will be highly chaos resistant, which is our damage type, so there's gonna be some bullet sponginess, if we were firing bullets, I guess. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, that took quite a while, but it wasn't as dangerous as I would expect with such a level difference. Maybe we can do this, although the end boss here is notoriously rippy, even for normally leveled characters. As these all ground effects, and I got frozen in them. All right, I'm gonna give it 1 more try. Just need to be more careful. But if it looks like it's too much for us, I'm just gonna head elsewhere and continue the main campaign normally. That will be very doable. I'm just seeing if I can clear off everything that's being left behind so I don't have to remember to come back later. This tsunami is ranking up. Not that it's doing much currently because we are misaligned in damage types. We are dealing chaos and tsunami is cold. But eventually we will be doing cold as well. Open the portal. Yeah, this is the frozen guy. Oh, he's glacial. No, Arctic, sorry. I jump into a pillar. That's one of the new enemy types that we haven't seen before. Okay, level up. Despise with Chthonians. We were going this way, so we are going to continue that way. There's no point leveling this up anymore because the attack speed no longer increases. I mean, it will increase, but every 2 levels, and we cannot go higher than this. So I should keep climbing up to build up my health and reach some of the other important skills up here. So can we continue this route? I mean, it will be a good experience because all the enemies are so high level compared to us. I also didn't assign my attributes. These ground effects are so annoying. These incinerators in the back that are doing that. Leeches can also be quite annoying because they keep life stealing, but I think we're resistant enough to their damage that the damage they deal isn't sufficient for them to life steal enough. Need to remember to keep up my buffs because now I have 2 instead of 1. I think I see a monster totem. That's... Am I even gonna bother touching it? Because there's very little chance we'll be able to do it. Celestial totems are no joke even for a appropriately strong character, and we are not that just yet. I mean, everything here is 10 levels higher than us, so... This is an ill-advised expedition. Oof. Ghoul saving our ass again. I'm not feeling it. Tell you what, I'm gonna try the boss first, and then I can come back to this. If the boss is not realistic, then totem won't be either. To kill the shooters in the back. These guys. Empowered Maleficus. One-handed axe. It's actually somehow better than our offhand. Really? But it's 65, that's a long way away. Higher level areas will just keep dropping higher level items that then we can equip. Okay, I'm trying to remember, isn't there a hidden pathway somewhere in here? Did I miss it already? And it was by the totem. I think it might be here. Yeah, there it is. Just some extra items. I mean, if we were looking for health, this could work. But losing the freeze resistance would be... We've already died to freezing enemies several times, so I'm not gonna gamble that. Okay, here we go. I should actually open it in a place where it doesn't get in the way. I'm gonna be doing a lot of circle kiting here. And I don't want to be accidentally clicking on my portal. How bad are you? That's not the boss, by the way, that's just a hero. Yeah, no, you're fine, but this next guy, I'm not so sure. I'm gonna clear the area first, so that I have space to maneuver. Hello, boys. Come over. Ooh, that hurt. There he is. Narenkur. Yeah, these crystals that he summons, those are bad news. You get close to them, they just zap you. My chaos resistance is not catastrophic, but not great either. I can kill these. Oof. Yeah, but it takes too long. Yeah, I'm gonna come back later. So I'm gonna push forward so that we make some meaningful progress and I can come back at the end of the session. Because by then we have spawned... It's kind of cheaty, but we have already spawned the enemies, so they will not scale up as we level. So if I come back later, they might be appropriate level for us to fight. Not that I can imagine a way that we can increase our tankiness enough to be avoiding these repeat attacks. Now these guys are a different story. These guys we can take on just fine. I hit all items. The reason I wanted to go to the Guardian, the poisonous guy at the start, was because around here is a continuation of that quest. A hidden passageway that will only open after you have defeated the Guardian near Devil's Crossing. So that's why I wanted to get it out of the way, but I guess we're gonna have to come back. A little bit more south and we're going to continue the quest for Calderos, the Necromancer. Well, Calderos is the spirit that the Necromancer summoned, but he's going to be our next quest giver and is going to give us a reward for the quest that we completed. Killing the oligarchs in the Arkovian Undercity. I also remembered I picked up a lore note, didn't I? In Rolderathis' tomb. I should read that. Is that all? Yeah, it is all. Okay. So let's look at that. The end of days is upon us. Glorious Arkovia, beacon of the west, is crumbling from within. But fear not, brothers and sisters, for we are the chosen of Ishtak. Are you? Here upon the sacred ground of our forefathers we shall be safe from the ruin brought about by the hubris of the oligarchs. Here we shall outlast the immortal plague and return to the surface at the second dawn of man. It is with a heavy heart that I seal the entrance to our temple. May Ishtag have mercy on the damned souls beyond these walls. They will find no solace here. I believe, yeah, this is the first entry. I think if you revisit that place on a higher difficulty, there will be a second entry. Maybe if we revisit it by reloading a session, it will drop. Where basically he says that, yeah, the measure that he wanted to take to avoid the curse didn't work, and they ended up cursed even away from Arkovia. Because Urabaruk didn't just curse the land, he cursed the people as a whole, no matter where they were. Now that totem, that looks like a big one. Yeah, that's an ancient one. So this will probably suck. Yep, it kinda does. Come on. Almost. Killed us. Nice. That was close though. Yeah, we definitely need more health. I should stop clicking and just press the button for pickup. I didn't even check how much XP that gave us. It's not as much as it used to be, that's for sure. We used to gain a level every time we cleared one of these. It's frozen again. Okay, there's Calderos. Let's chat. You have done as we ask. I am pleased to see this. The oligarchs are gone. With that corrupted souls destroyed, this land will begin to heal in time. What I must ask of you next is a far more dire challenge. What is next? The Grand Priest Zartuzalan was the Arkovian upon whose word all Arkovian necromancers were banished to the steppes of Torment. Even in death, he continues to gather the lost souls of Arkovia to his mad word. The time has come to scatter his flock and erase this stain upon the world for good. You must travel deep within the steppes of Torment. On the 3rd floor, you will find the priest at his desecrated altar. Purge him from this place, and I shall join you below. Okay? I could technically skip this, because we will be going back to Steppes of Torment anyway later on. But the experience is useful now. I'm assuming this isn't going to be scaled up beyond our level, given that we are getting here. No, it is most definitely scaled beyond our level. God damn it. Why must you do this to me? Okay, we're gonna come back later. So 66. I mean, Zartuzalan has been nerfed, this hotfix, but that's probably not gonna be good enough. I mean, there was just a normal skeletal monstrosity and almost killed me in one hit. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this for later. It's gonna remain in our quest log, so there's no chance I'm gonna forget it. But yeah, that's too rippy. So we now have 3 locations that we need to come back to. The Guardian, near Devil's Crossing, Naren Kur's Tomb, by the portal, and this Steppes of Torment. Let's push on. Cyril, I don't like to see that. Yeah, we need to get out of that corrupted ground. There was 2 of them. No, that was his on-death animation. When you kill one of these corrupted guys, they will spawn the swirling vortex of aether damage underneath them. Okay, this is explored. Should zoom out to see where I'm going. Ah, it's one of those infernals again. Oof, okay. Gonna fuck around. Sigil of the Infinites. Aether Elemental. Oh, come on. That's not fair. Pick it up. What was it? Sigil of the Elements? No, Infinite. Aether Elemental, Attack Speed, Pierce Lightning. It's not really better than what we have. I mean, Amatox backed buffs. That is a skill that we are using, but... And the granted skill doesn't matter to us. Because we cannot use weapon pool skills as a werewolf. That granted skill is a weapon pool skill. Ah, full inventory, I'm gonna drop it off. Not even gonna read stuff because some of it was over our level and the rest is almost certainly not better than what we have. There was a sword that we could have used, but that was 65 as well. Oh, I should send the materials back. Yeah, that's not good enough. Should maybe look if I can craft something that would be helpful to scale up my health. Oh, Berserker points, chaos damage, attack speed, chaos resistance, elemental. This is good. This is... Is it better than what we have? It doesn't have the Black Star proc, so the Black Star gives us 15 chaos resistance reduction, or well, gives us any damage reduction, but any resistance reduction I should say, but chaos is the one we care about. I'm not sure that's worth it. We'll also probably lose some flat damage, right? Yeah, it's not worth it. Promising, but not quite. Yeah, this is the thing that looked promising, but I mean the modifiers that we have on the scepters are going to be difficult to replace. I think what is going to happen is that I'm going to find higher level versions of those scepters when we reach Homestead, or rather after we push beyond Homestead. And that's probably going to be the next upgrade, so we have some waiting to do. This is not... I've already found this armor before. The belt is not for us. The pants are vitality, I believe. What was that amulet that looked interesting? It was a medal. Ooh, the medal isn't too bad, but yeah, losing health is not something I want to be doing right now, given that we are getting so torn apart by high damage targets. Like single swing, single overhead from a skeletal monstrosity almost kills us, so we cannot really drop health. I mean, if we were summoning pets, then yes, but... Okay, let's move on.
Iron well spent.
So gonna take a sip. If you're still in chat, pay to drink water. Yeah, this is the place that would open if we had killed the Guardian near Devil's Crossing, but we didn't. So we're gonna have to come back later. Just gonna check something real quick. Okay, seems fine. Now we need to find Lutra, which will give us an extra attribute point. Doesn't make a massive difference, but we do still want to get everything we can. Plus experience. That is our Achilles here currently, I think. We just need more levels. We can fix almost everything by just getting more health from the skill bar down here. Okay, Lutra should be near. Yeah, there she is. That's... as long as you're lightning, that's easy. Because our lightning resistance is capped. Easy peasy. Unfortunately, she doesn't drop any like monster infrequence because she's a quest kill. After we've killed her once, I believe she doesn't respawn, so you wouldn't be able to farm anything from her. Okay, we're going to turn that in. I can no longer sense my daughter's anguished presence. Is it finished? It is done, she suffers no more. Good bit of XP. 1 attribute point. Thank you, you have delivered my poor daughter from an eternity of lonely suffering, fear and hate. Now I shall repay you in the only way I can. Okay, that's going to cunning. Once again. Although I could theoretically start dumping points into physique, even though they're not going to stay there, just so I can increase my health more noticeably. Because cunning is the attribute that gives you the least health gain. Although having some extra defensive ability always helps, so we cannot get crits from enemies. What is even our situation on that front? Yeah, enemies cannot crit us. At least not these normal ones. I'm very concerned with the amount of beasts that we're killing. Still quite a ways away, but I really hope I don't get Nemesis anytime soon. Okay, there's another shrine. I need to decide where I'm going to start leveling next, because we just finished the constellation. I could start going into... I mean, the issue is that the build that we're playing currently is not the build that we're going to be playing at the end. Like, we're going to be a werewolf, but we are dealing completely the wrong type of damage. So if we want to increase our damage right now, we should be going into Chaos Devotions, but those will then be absolutely useless and under-leveled when we swap. I mean, the reasonable thing would be to level as Chaos and take an entire Chaos-focused devotion tree and then just respec at the appropriate time at end game, but I know this is a mistake and it's just pure stubbornness, but I always like to level the build as close to what it's going to be at end game as possible, even though sometimes the build just cannot be what it will be at end game until you get to end game, because the items simply are not available. So what I wanted next? Climb, climb, climb. What are we even climbing to? Probably Bone Chilling Cry next. Or more chaos resistance reduction. Or... that's not worth it. Then we have a chaos-focused exclusive skill, but if we do that, then we would be dropping Possession, which is 19% damage reduction for us globally, so no, we cannot afford that. Maybe we just keep climbing the tree just for the attributes. That might be it. The closer we can get to 10k health, the better. I should also start looking into items that are simply increasing my health, even if they're maybe sacrificing some defenses or resistances. Okay, that's Elsa. This is the woman that Mornay was looking for, and she was captured by Cronley's gang. And when we questioned Cronley, he said she escaped. This is her. Now we can actually, there are two paths to take here. We can inform Mornay of the fact that she's here and encourage him to come after her, in which case it doesn't meet a happy ending. Or we just keep quiet, which is something Elsa will request herself. Your name is Elsa? Well, I should read this first. You don't smell like one of Cronley's gang. Are you another from Devil's Crossing then? Your name is Elsa, then a mutual friend is looking for you. I can only assume you mean Mornay. Idiot nearly got me killed out in Old Arkovia. And it's got us in the night, drawn to his damned fire. They tied me up and dragged me back towards their camp, probably to share me with the rest of the gang. Shame for them, they weren't very good at tying knots. I slit their throats while they slept and made off on my own. Why didn't you return to Mornay? Well, I thought he was dead, but knowing he's back in Devil's Crossing makes me even less inclined to return. He's not a bad man, but I can't stand to have him fawning all over me like a replacement for his dead wife. He believes there is some great romance between us, and refuses to accept that I have no such feelings. Should I tell him you're alive? It might be better that he believes me dead. The last thing I need is a lovesick fool pursuing me through this hellish world. Yeah. If we tell him, later on, when we come back, we will find his dead body somewhere here, killed by trolls in this area. So, if you're purely results-oriented, then you shouldn't tell him, because there's really no benefit. Although, I believe you can loot his corpse, so I guess you get some loot, but it's not gonna be anything important. It's not like he drops something special. I mean, I could be surprised. They could have changed it, but I doubt it. What did you mean by another from Devil's Crossing? I encountered another survivor from Devil's Crossing just recently who convinced me that Homestead was a place where I could help make a difference. I never got a name, but he cooked a fine meal and told me many remarkable stories about political intrigues in the time of the Empire. And he set off by himself. If you were headed to Homestead, why didn't you join him? He just got up in the dark of night and told me he was heading on, as he had urgent business in Homestead. I warned him that it would be wise to wait while the trolls and ethereals fought it out in Smuggler's Pass, but he said that he could pass unseen between them if he was alone. It sounds crazy to me, but he was a likable fellow and I hope he fared better than I expect. I mean, we could offer to take her back to Devil's Crossing, but she's gonna refuse. Thanks, but I have no plans to return there. I'd rather find my fate on the open road. What can you tell me of this area? I can tell you it's swarming with trolls and harpies, and that your best bet would be to leave by whatever way you got here. I was headed for Smuggler's Pass, which leads through the mountains, but found it's become a battleground between troll tribes and ethereals. If you're not familiar with trolls and their ilk, they have a perverse predilection to abduct and keep humans as mates. That's not a fate I have planned for myself, nor is possession, so I'm biding my time looking for another way through. I take it you have some experience with trolls? I'm not sure how you meant that, but in either case, no. I've never seen a troll until after the Grim Dawn, just heard the odd tales of travelers gone missing, or abductions from villages in the mountains. Apparently, there were a lot more of them living up in these remote parts than anyone realized. In some folklore, trolls are a primitive ancestor of humankind that never advanced beyond their bestial impulses. Others say they're the terrible result of generations of inbreeding among small mountain tribes. They're temperamental, greedy, and extremely violent, with just enough cunning to be dangerous. Interesting, thanks. Since we're kind of playing a goody two-shoes character, at least with all the choices that I've made up to this point, I'm not going to tell Mornay that I found Elsa. There is an option. Actually, I can tell him. You can just discourage him from pursuing her, so he doesn't get himself killed. So I might do that, since I already know all the outcomes anyway. I mean, if you really don't like Mornay, just say so, I can send him this way. Chilgore, that's a... Is it a cold mace or... Yeah, cold mace. I mean, it would be nice to find some epics that we could use, that are suitable for our build, but there's simply very little chance that they will be stronger than what we have. Despite the fact that the scepters that I'm using currently are, what, level 35. Yeah, it's been a while since we found them. It's a carryover from back when we were here. So, like, we've explored quite a bit since then. But monster infrequents that are suitable for your build are simply too difficult to replace. Which I guess is a good thing. We found a super powerful item very early on. Specifically for our build. If we wanted to, we could straight up slot into just that. Like Chaos Werewolf with Sigil of Consumption, which is what the Scepters support, and use that all the way to endgame. And that would be our endgame build. But I have other plans. Speaking of those plans, if you want to see the final build that we're going to be playing, you can type in ! in chat, and you will get a link to Grim Tools. So keep in mind, I keep changing that build like at least once every 2 days, because I have a new idea or something that I want to adjust. Not in a big way, like swap an item or adjust devotion points is mostly what I'm tinkering with. I also didn't include any of the Ascended affixes into the build because I'm not sure how realistic it is that we find exactly the affix we want for every slot. So I try to make a build that's kind of independent of that. So in theory, it should be considerably stronger. If we can get the right stuff. I'm hoping there's some standard affixes that increase our health, because that's one thing that I'm kind of worried about for the final build. I think its skill point allocation is good, I think the resistances are fine. Could definitely use more damage, but what build couldn't, but it only has like 17,000 health, 17,500, and I've heard that lately, at least before the expansion, it started to lean more towards like you should have around 20k to be really survivable. Though I'm not sure what has changed in that regard, because I felt like some of the limited testing in a game that I've done before the expansion released, it seemed to me like Shattered Realm specifically hasn't gotten particularly harder. In fact, possibly slightly easier because player power increased over patches. Like with nerfs to enemy physical damage. Though, granted, we also got nerfed in terms of our physical resistance. To compensate. Gonna take a sip. Checking if I picked up any lore notes that need reading. I didn't even notice picking that up. There is a lot of resistances. That is actually quite interesting. I mean, we don't need the elemental or the vitality resistance, but stun, freeze, and petrify, and a lot of them. We would lose 1 point in occultist, and we would lose the black star proc, which is annoying. But it might be worth it, because what's the point in doing high damage if you die before you deliver it, right? Also, +4 to max resistances on it, which would make us a lot tankier against all of the damage types that we are kept against. And a proc that will make us survivable, restores 50% of our health. You know what? I think I'll do this. I'm gonna go back to town. I'm gonna make Black Tallow. Oh, actually, what am I doing? Why am I opening a portal here? There's one right here. I'm gonna go back to town and make a swap. I'm not gonna get rid of the amulet that I have. I'm gonna keep it. I'm just gonna add this one on top as an option. Do I even want Black Tallow? I think
More scrap metal.
increased chaos damage, chaos resistance, which isn't great for us. Yeah, I will keep Black Tallow. Which requires, what is it, 3 rift stones. I do wish the crafting UI was a little better. I mean, the devs know that people are asking for it, but question is, will they allocate the development time to this or to creating more content? That's always the issue. Yep. And we also want to apply... Oh, we don't have any augments on it. That's a mistake. We made a swap of the ring and didn't include the augment. Yeah, that's percent damage and health.
Bring me back any blueprints you find.
Okay, stash this away, just in case we decide that for some reason the chaos resistance reduction is super important to us. I also have these gloves that I wanted to swap to and I completely forgot about them. Now that we have made the swap of the amulets, we can maybe lose the freeze resistance on these gloves, because our freeze is currently capped, and swap these in. The elemental resistance loss is not going to hurt us, and it's percent chaos damage and attack speed. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. How much of a difference is that? It's not gonna be quite
I'll keep an eye on this.
accurate because we do not have the component on it. Yeah, so this is 29, this is already without it is 30, and it's gonna get even better
Need something broken down?
when we keep the add-on and apply it to these gloves. Yeah, I mean it's very solid. It just took a little bit to update. That's very nice. Okay, so our crowd control resistances have just gotten a lot better. Stun is fine. Yeah, this is nice. Troll time. Granted, we did kind of hurt our damage a little bit, despite the fact that we just increased it, because the amulet that we were using had +1 to all skills in Occultist, which meant a whole bunch of skills that increase our chaos damage and also resistance reduction, but it's only 1% loss. Unless it was giving us points to vulnerability, which I don't think it was. I think it was giving us points to... No, not even that. Yeah, so... it's probably fine. Net positive still. Oh, we're trapped. To that we do not have much resistance still. Actually almost none, 10%. But I believe after these trolls, I mean, the most common sources of entrapment are some of the skeletal monstrosities, these web throwers and spiders with webs, which none of that is really coming up. The trolls won't stick around for long. Stop climbing up. Hey, just clear this area. Are we done? No, we're not. There we go. Playing whack-a-mole with zombies. Speaking of trolls, this area. A lot of aether fire. Seems dangerous place. Surely there is going to be something important behind, right? If you can push through, has to be something. No, not really. You just run there, it's a dead end, and then you try to run back and you die. I'm gonna bet that they didn't update it, and I'm not gonna look there again. That would be so mean. They suddenly put something in there and nobody knew, because why would you go there again? And you already know it leads to death. His guns kinda hurt. Also just realized, didn't I get a devotion point and I didn't spend it, right? Almost certainly. Let's change that. Okay, where are we headed now? So the next big devotions that I want to take are Amatok. We're obviously headed to Korvac because that's the basically well, not only, there are two like large tier 3 devotions that are focused on both player damage and summon damage, or pet damage I should say. Korvac is the better one for us, but we are still quite a ways away from taking that, so maybe I can just head that way as fast as I can, which would mean I should start taking some of the green devotions down here. Alternatively, where can I take the blue? I still need 8, which I would be taking from this. I think either stack, that's probably not worth it. Actually, let me check my Grim Tools link. Should have it somewhere in here, so that I'm not slotting in the wrong stuff. Stack. Yeah, I guess I start heading to green. One of the greens that I'm going to be taking is Toad, though. And Toad requires purple. So I could start there. Take purple, take Toad, then I can respec out of this. This will increase, I mean, it's not a bunch of important stuff. The important thing that I'm taking this for is the lifesteal for both us and pets. This is, I believe, the only way you can get lifesteal on pets on the devotion tree. Unless that has changed. So yeah, I mean, vitality and extra damage doesn't help us, but it's a very efficient devotion as well. It requires only 4 points invested, but it gives you 6 affinity. That is a common feature of these like Eldritch and Ascendant devotions. They are quite efficient. There's another one here that has a similar ratio, and this one as well. So yeah, let's take that and start heading for Toad. Oh, come on. Let me go. Coming up on a boss, which I believe is technically considered like an act boss. I believe it was an endpoint during early access at some point. The version of the early access game. This was the final boss that you could find there. There were multiple stages. This was one of them, I believe. Ooh, that hurt. So I'm gonna have to dodge that slam. He does hit hard. I have to give him that. Thankfully he doesn't hit fast. Ooh, that was bad. Ooh, he's getting faster. Jesus, that was almost the end of me. Yeah, that is a big ass hammer that he had. 31% attack speed, if that's what he was swinging with, yeah, no wonder. No wonder that hurt. It's a cool ass weapon though. Physical warder, two-handed. I believe one of the... Actually, no, I'm mistaking that with another one. Yeah, this is a cadence one. There's another troll weapon that makes savagery on the shaman side, physical instead of lightning. There's a lot of ways to build two-handed warder. It's probably one of the premium two-handed mastery combinations. Most things with shaman, though, are viable two-handed options, I believe. More trolls. Oh, this time it's ethereal trolls. They're not fighting against each other, they're kinda joined together. Flesh warped commander, that's a flesh warped troll. So looks like the ethereals won that particular fight. There's our waypoint, very close to the previous one, must say. And there is Ulgrim, our cook from Devil's Crossing.
Well, if it isn't my old friend from Devil's Crossing.
That's what I just said.
I had a feeling you'd be making your way through here.
How did you know I would come here?
You seem to want to do the right thing by the people of Devil's Crossing. They're going to run out of food soon. If I were looking for a new source, I'd head up here too.
What are you doing out here?
I haven't been entirely honest with you. I'm not a chef, not by profession anyway, although maybe that would have been a better path. As it is, I'm an assassin and former First Blade of the Erelon Emperor. It's a title I've not always been proud to bear, as my line of work has not always been virtuous. But I dealt with threats to the Empire. Now all of humanity is threatened by foes more deadly than anything we've faced before. It is, however, a time when I can put my talents to a more noble purpose. You haven't been entirely forthright with me either, Taken, but don't worry. I'm the keeper of many secrets.
What did you call me?
A Taken? Well, formerly so, if we get down to semantics. The Ethereal left you just before you hanged to death. Am I not correct?
How do you know all this?
My sources are quite good, if I say so myself. But you trusted me, and now I shall trust you.
Why did you join me in Devil's Crossing, only to leave again?
My job was to scout the countryside, get bearings on enemy strongholds, and investigate weaknesses. Your mention of people surviving out in Devil's Crossing was intriguing, so I wanted to see it for myself. Having learned everything I could about the area, I felt it was time to return to my men in Homestead.
Your men?
Can't say I like it any more than they do, but I am working alongside the Black Legion. They are all that remain of the Imperium's forces.
First Blade of the Emperor? What's that?
Look, I'm sure you have many questions, but now is not the time. We need to get these people to Homestead.
So how can I help here?
I came upon these refugees on my way through Smuggler's Pass. They were trapped and would soon have become food or entertainment for the trolls. I had to do something. Now we're stuck out here, caught in the midst of a battle between the trolls and the ethereal forces. The tunnel to Homestead is blocked by aether fire, and the only option now is a passage through the mountain deeps. It is a foul place at the bottom of the world, infested with all manner of terrible things that hate the sun. There is no way these people would survive down there. In Devil's Crossing, I saw that you had the power to open rifts. I need you to fight your way to Homestead, secure a rift, and come back for us. So please, help these people. Below is an entrance to the deeps. From there, you'll exit onto the dusty road that will lead you into Homestead. Be swift. I'm not sure how much longer I can hold off the trolls before they come in force.
I'll find a way to Homestead. So, we need to find a way through, sure. You might have noticed there is a path down here, or if not from here, you might notice if you go in this direction. There are enemies there. Looks like it's walkable, right? Well, in this case, this is not a troll. This is actually a path that you can go. Unfortunately, if you go here now, you will be sorely disappointed because you will reach the end through a lot of pain and aether fire, only to find that the entrance is sealed by the Black Legion. This unlocks after we complete a specific quest, or I should say after we reach certain reputation level with the Black Legion, which we haven't even encountered yet, so we have no reputation with them. We have another quest from Colin Tavern. I'm sorry for eavesdropping, but I couldn't help but overhear that you were going through the mountain deeps. That's right, why do you ask? You see, my sister Dahlia got fed up with waiting while I lay here with a gaping wound in my side. Despite Olgrim's insistence that she stay, Dahlia set out into the depths on her own in search of rescue and medical supplies. It's been over a day now, and I'm afraid something must have happened. Would you please look for her? I fear the worst. I will look for Dahlia. We did open the portal here. This is all cleared, so the only way to go is down into the cave. Let me just check something real quick. I'm in the wrong window here. Yeah, okay. Don't roar at me. You know what I wanted from you. Just do it. That's a good werewolf. Good boy. Oh shit. So, about that trap resistance that we don't really need, I forgot about this place and the spiders in here. But They're not a threat, really. Not unless we end up getting some heroes alongside them. Again, what is our reputation with the beasts? Ah, still. Still about halfway through, so we might be able to avoid the Nemesis for a while. Speaking of Nemesis, every faction has been given, well, almost every faction has been given a new Nemesis. I am interested in seeing what they do and what they look like, because Nemesis usually look very cool. But I am not so interested as to want to fight them at this point in the game. That would be slightly suicidal. But then again, I mean, I have done Hargate's laboratory when I was 20 levels below what I should be. So suicidal maybe just is the thing I do. I mean, if I wanted to make things easy on myself, I also wouldn't have just taken the warrants that increase our infamy gain with hostile factions immediately at the start, and then risk getting the Nemesis earlier than I'm ready. So, if we do get a Nemesis, it's my own fault. Almost everything that has gone wrong this playthrough has been my fault. So why should this be any different? Okay, there's a shrine here, so I'm just to be safe, gonna open a portal. That's a lot of Spideys. Our procs just saved us. Procs plural, because in addition to Ghoul we now have the Avatar of Chaos, I believe it is. The amulet. They just keep coming. There we go. Is it Avatar of Chaos? Yeah. Oh, Avatar of Mercy. Never mind. We have a bunch of space. I should send the raw materials back home. Dawn Shard Band. Oh yeah, that's a new one. The damage typing doesn't help. The resistance isn't important. No, not this. Obsidian Juggernaut is an interesting option, but unfortunately still worse. I mean, if I had spec'd into Kraken, the two-handed devotion, then maybe this would have now pulled ahead, but I didn't. And also the primary reason why you're using Obsidian Juggernaut isn't the chaos damage, although it can be that. It's the granted skill, Obsidian Tremor, which is a spammable spell, so you can use that as your primary damage source on a build. But we're not about that life. We are a werewolf. Casting isn't really in the cards for us. Otherwise, what's the point of being a werewolf if you're not going to be using its attacks? Oh, pretty tanky for a blind guy. Okay, that's fine. All cleared. Still need to find Dahlia somewhere in here. She will be highlighted. Shell of the Darkness. Oh, that's a nice reference. Yeah, developers were big fans of Lord of the Rings, so in the second expansion there's an entire dungeon that's kind of Lord of the Rings flavored. But that's far, far in the future for us, because we will be going to the second expansion last. It crits. You're not a fan of taking a lot of damage, are you? Either he has a lot of health or he's very resistant to our damage. Or both. Can be both. Bam. Okay. Don't stand in the acid. Okay, and there is Dahlia. Highlighted on the map. I would have missed her. Oh, these blockages. Did I miss something back there? Yeah, I'll probably be able to loop around. Terror Creeks, are you ethereal? You're not. Good. Oh, looks like chaos. That's fine. We are resistant to that fairly. Oh, 48. Not as resistant as we used to be because I swapped the amulet. Yeah, this loops around to the place that I wanted to get to previously. Okay. Then we just interconnect the northern section. For full exploration, because that's just how I roll. Bone Blade. Oh, no. Bone Blade isn't the one that I'm thinking of. Is it Bone Scythe, maybe? The one that allows you to spam Bone Harvest? Yeah, this one. Bone Scythe. That is a very powerful item. But again, for another build. We already have our powerful items, so I shouldn't be complaining. Those Bloodstone Scepters, I didn't even realize that they... I mean, I did realize I did read every item that was added on Grim Tools, but forgot that I would be able to get them so early for a werewolf. So it was a stroke of luck that we actually dropped them on the first try from the cultists around Salazar's lair, because I wouldn't have thought to come back there and try to farm them, and we would have to be using just some basic bitch. Maybe epics if we got lucky, but mostly just rares. So that was a stroke of luck, most definitely. Now here our path splits. I'm going to push towards Homestead first. But there is a path south that might, if I'm correct in my assumption, might give us some new interaction with Johnny the Scar up in Twin Falls. Because I have no other ideas what he could be for. Unless he's somehow tied to something in the expansion. But that is so far up north. Why would a Cronley gang member have anything to do with that? I mean, I guess I'm assuming he's a Cronley gang member. We don't actually know that, but he certainly dresses like one. And he is named like one. So he probably is affiliated with them, even though he's not hostile. Maybe he's some sort of solution to increase the infamy gained with Cronley's gang. So I don't know how friendly NPC would accomplish that. This is going fine. As long as we are sticking to the main path, we're doing mostly fine. Voldrag did hurt, but the rest seems tolerable. It's when we start straying from the main path, starting the secret quest. What is it called? The secret path, something like that. That's where we start having trouble. or Narenkur's temple. Even Rolderates was a problem. And we didn't even make it to Zartuzalan. That's another place that I had to skip for now. I believe they were around level 65, so I'm guessing maybe once we've completed Homestead, I might be able to go back there. But I'm not sure I'm gonna manage that this stream. So I will need to remember to come back on Monday and do that. Oh, these retaliating bastards. They reflect the damage back onto me. Especially this one. He's specifically reflective. I need to kill him before he pops his aura. There we go. I guess I shouldn't call it an aura, it's a shield. An aura would affect allies, which this thankfully doesn't. That would be like running a reflect map on Path of Exile. That gives me PTSD. Almost there, and once we... It's deceptive, but once we deal with Homestead, we are not too far from the expansion content. I still haven't quite decided if I'm going to go to the expansion content immediately as soon as we reach Fort Icon, or if I should maintain the integrity of the storyline, so to speak, and go to Necropolis first, and then go to Things of Asterkarn. I mean, the devs said that I believe the expansion should be played after Ashes of Malmuth, but there's no way I'm waiting that long. Absolutely not. We are going there either after Vanilla or before we finish Vanilla. Then I'm gonna do Ashes of Malmuth and Forgotten Gods last. Because there's really no reason to do Forgotten Gods early unless there's an item that you're looking for there. And story-wise, it makes sense to end there because the threat that you face there seems appropriately endgame level. Even though difficulty-wise, you can do it in basically any order. Okay, so you want to keep climbing up. Gets to Bone Chilling Cry. We could have taken a leap for more mobility, but frankly, I already have this Rip and Tear that I'm even forgetting to use as frequently as I should, so adding a leap to that would be probably a bit too ambitious. And then theoretically we could also apply a mobility rune onto our medal and have 3 mobility skills, and that's just excessive. 3 mobility skills and a dodge, so I'm not keen about playing a constant 4-button jumping piano build. Flesh Warp Defender. There might be some decent armors here, not for our build specifically, but something that might help me boost my health. Because that is something we are severely lacking in, starting to feel. A lot of monster infrequents there. I'm gonna read through them when we reach Homestead. Then we have a decision to make. Either I'm gonna push through Homestead to unlock the Blood Grove and try to grab some of the updated or higher level scepters to replace the Bloodsworn scepters that we're using currently, because those are level 35. Or I will go south and handle the Tyrant's Hold area down here, and maybe finally see what this Johnny the Scar is about, if that unlocks something with him. Rift Gate is swarming with ethereals. I didn't quite read the text up there, but yeah, we need to clear the ethereals here first. Clear the ads, especially the summoner. They are gathering up. Is there one more summoner left somewhere? There isn't. Oh, you're summoning them. Okay, as you wish. I got slowed by something. Again, very tanky. Surprisingly so. No chaos resistance there. None there either. Yeah, so he was just super tanky. Or he has some chaos resistance naturally. Or the center, that's a shield. We don't want that. No, the center is a pistol. What am I talking about? We are not going to talk to the emissary. That's Forgotten Gods content. First, I should go back to Ulgrim and tell them the good news. And tell Colin the bad news. Colin Tavern. Did you find my sister? Yes, she was in the mountain deeps. I'm sorry. I had a feeling. Thank you for the information. Excuse me. I'm sorry for your loss. That's a bunch of reputation with Homestead. And that's Ulgrim.
So how doomed are we?
I've secured the way via Riftgate.
Good work. I can't say I enjoyed my first travel by Rift, but it's certainly better than the alternative.
I'll see you all in Homestead. That's that. Now we need to speak to a bunch of NPCs in Homestead, grab a bunch of quests, and decide what to do next. Douglas Sullivan Oldbarrow.
These are trying times, but we will persevere.
Welcome to Homestead, traveler. What brings you to our sanctuary? I come from Devil's Crossing. I was wondering if we could trade for food. Bam, that's our... Oh, extra reputation with Devil's Crossing. Is that enough to reach Revered? I didn't catch all the text up there. I understand your predicament, I truly do, but I'm afraid we are not in a position to help you right now. Frankly, we could use some help ourselves. With the Black Legion hellbent on destroying every ethereal and Chthonian they see, they've lost sight of the issues plaguing the very people they are trying to protect. Why is the Black Legion not helping? Captain Somer is only concerned with the ethereals and the cult of Chthon. What she fails to understand is that we need to restore more fields to working condition if we are to provide food for ourselves and all her troops. With the world in disarray, the Dermapterans have spread like locusts, invading our farms and devouring our livestock. We have come to the Black Legion for aid many times, but the captain is deaf to our requests. What can you tell me about the area? Homestead and the surrounding farmlands have been providing food to the nearby towns and villages for centuries. My family has worked this land for over 200 years. But when the Grim Dawn struck, that all seemed to fall apart in an instant. Now we are contending with Dermapterans, ethereals, and bloodthirsty cultists, virtually at the same time. Homestead has become a hurricane of conflict and we are at the eye of the storm. So what is the problem? I'm gonna need to take a drink, that's a lot of talking. After the Grim Dawn, many of our neighbors were forced to abandon their homes and flee here. Together we built the homestead up into a sanctuary, but it came at a loss of countless other farmsteads. When the Black Legion arrived, we were able to recover a few fields, but not nearly enough to feed everyone. Captain Somer considers the resources available to be sufficient for her campaign and has deemed any further efforts to restore the farmlands to be secondary to the Legion's mission. The Dermapterans, a vile infestation that plagues this land every few years, are running rampant throughout our lands, devouring all they see and laying their eggs. If we don't act soon, our harvest will be ruined and the land left barren. There are two farms just west of here, belonging to Elmsworth and Thornsbury, which would be the ideal next steps in expanding our food production. If you could clear out the Dermapteran egg clusters there, along with any Dermapterans protecting them, then perhaps I can convince the captain to at least assign guards to the farms and allow our men to work the fields. I'll see to it that you are justly compensated. What do you say? I will clear out the infestation. There's gonna be a lot of talking here, unfortunately, because we just reached basically the second town after Devil's Crossing. So there's going to be a lot of NPC. I'm not gonna talk to everybody that isn't quest relevant, but still, that's gonna be a lot. Zaya Redan, that's the guy that we met. What was it? Arkovian Foothills? Where there was a guy lying by the road who said he was stabbed, crossed by his partner who stole some scraps, which was a lie. He actually tried to rape Isaiah's daughter, so Isaiah attacked him. So Isaiah Redan. Seems our roads cross again. Glad to see you've survived the wilderness. I appreciate you letting me tell my side of the story back in the Arkovian Foothills. Okay, that's where we met him. Most people wouldn't bother getting all the details straight. Glad you've made it through. Say, I've gathered up quite a few interesting things while traveling out there. Don't suppose you'd be interested in buying something? Only the best deals for a friend. Let's take a look. So now he becomes a vendor, and
Give you a good price. and what I've got
he gives us a discount, I believe. Although it's not showing up. I thought he gives you a discount. Faction discount is currently 0. Maybe it's just the reputation that we gained. I don't remember anymore. Anyway, we have a new shopkeep. He would be a shopkeep whether or not we like helped him peacefully or tried to rob him or whatever. As long as you don't kill him, he will be here. As will his daughter. If you do kill him, then you will encounter his daughter and she will attack you. Aether Thorn Shield. So these are drop from Aether Touched or Aether Influenced the Briar Thorns. Grasping Vines in Aether damage, that's very unique. That didn't exist before. I don't think there was a conduit for Aether Grasping Vines. And shield bonuses for Arcane Will, that's an Arcanist bonus, and Aether Wind Devil. That already exists, I believe. There is something to do with Aether Wind Devils. But I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was also a conduit. These will not be useful. Yeah, I think I can just safely sell all of this. The ring wasn't good enough. I already read that. Unless this is... I mean, it is giving me some decent health. The resistance is... Aether resistance is gonna be handy. I could consider this. I'm gonna ponder that after I've gone through all the items. Yeah, this will not be useful. The shield is not for us. I could maybe start filtering the rares to only show chaos flavored ones. This is actually worse, even though it has attack speed and chaos damage, because it doesn't have the modifiers, yeah. Okay. I mean, we are accumulating quite a lot of money, so yeah, I think I will set up a filter now to start getting rid of all these rares. What is this? Degree attack art to onslaughts, which we unfortunately cannot use. Also, it is a pierce and cold. No, it's purely pierce weapon. Piercing phantasmal blades. There's so many ways to make that happen already. Wait, I didn't want to sell that one. Nah, not good enough. Okay, so the armor. Is that all stash tabs? Yeah.
iron well spent.
Or I should say, or inventory bags. So this one. We would lose a lot of pierce resistance. And I mean a lot. Only to gain a good bunch of Aether resistance, which will be relevant because there will be some ethereals coming up. But I'm not sure I can afford losing so much Pierce. Pierce is one of those resistances that tends to not be as bad. Unless you're like dealing with gunners. A lot of pistols that deal piercing damage. And we will be heading towards some remnants of Cronley's gang. So I probably should reconsider Also, Blood of Dreek and Voracity bonuses are... The Voracity in particular is very handy. So I guess not. I guess not. Oh, I'm not talking to the vendor anymore, so clicking it equips it instead of selling it.
Put it to good use.
Okay, let's set up the... Although... No, I don't want to filter just chaos, because there might also be some useful resistance stuff, but I'm not reading it anyway. So yeah, let's focus on chaos damage then. See if that works. Okay, that's that dealt with. There's nothing here yet. There will be something to talk about with this lady, but not yet. And a whole bunch of reading. Black Legion Scouting Report, Journal of Inquisitor Creed, 7th and 8th. Yeah. Did we read up to 6? Let me check. Yeah, up to 6. Okay. So let's continue that. I believe the last entry was about him escaping Creek's prison. I'm gonna need to take a sip again. So, 7th entry. Much time has passed since my last entry. Following my escape from Krieg's laboratory, I have raced against time and lost, passed through darkness and flame and witnessed the ruin of the world as I knew it. Even as I assumed key figures in the capital were likely to be possessed by the entities we now call ethereals, I reasoned that it was only with support from within capital that we could hope to thwart them. Any action that began outside the capital would be spun as a political rebellion and crushed with the Empire's own forces before the truth could be exposed. Thus I cast the dice and raced towards the heart of Erulan, trying to conceal myself as best I could. Upon my arrival, I proceeded cautiously, booking a room at a squalid inn near the west gates in an effort to keep my arrival secret. Initially, I sought out old acquaintances, assuming if I could detect some change in personality or behavior, it might reveal possession. A few awkward reunions made it painfully obvious that years on the road, carrying out my duties as an inquisitor, had left me out of touch and unable to discern whether any changes were the result of possession or just the passage of time and faded memories. The only gamble left then was to report back to the citadel of the Luminari and see what came of it. I never made it there. Waiting until the sunlight dwindled and crowds thinned in the streets below, I rose to leave, but was quite startled to see that a shadowy figure had somehow silently breached my room, evading all of the wards set against intruders. This is how I came into cooperation with the First Blade, which is Olgrim. 8th entry. It was known that anyone of significance who fomented discontent or posed a real threat to the rule of the Emperor might be visited by the First Blade. I had never stirred such controversy, but I always imagined if such an encounter took place, I could put up a respectable fight. I never got the chance. Taken unawares, I was disarmed before I even knew what was happening. Had he sought my death, I would not have even witnessed the killing stroke fall. However, he seemed more interested in answers instead, and in turn provided me with an account of his own events that confirmed my worst fears. The First Blade revealed that only days prior, he had been forced to turn his knives on the Emperor himself by his own command. Despite the myriad safeguards protecting the Emperor, both mundane and arcane, he had become host to an ethereal. Through strength of mind, he had usurped his possessor long enough to summon the First Blade, command his own execution, and charge the assassin with ensuring that his son, the young prince, survive to reclaim the throne. His last commands issued, the Emperor's consciousness slipped once again under the control of the ethereal, and a desperate battle ensued. The First Blade reported that he believed the Emperor and the ethereal within him slain, but given his inexperience with the entities, could not say anything for certain. He relayed that he had secretly taken the prince and put him into hiding, but declined to elaborate. The First Blade said he intended to retire his imperial title and had chosen the name Olgrim, which made me curious as to whether it was an intentional reference to the mythic character. Sadly, we never get any context. Maybe we will get some in Fangs of Asterkarn, but so far we don't know what mythical character they are referring to. At least not to my knowledge. A final troubling detail was that no proclamation of the Emperor's passing had been issued. Not only did this demonstrate the Ethereals had sufficient control of the palace to conceal the death, but given that they couldn't hope to hide the Emperor's absence for long, it suggested that the next phase of their operation was imminent. I strategized with Olgrim long into the night, formulating a plan to counter the Ethereals, but ultimately we agreed that we could not defeat their conspiracy in time. The only course left was to gather whatever people and resources we could, go to ground and weather the coming storm, then find a way to counter the invaders. We agreed that the Black Legion would be our best hope in securing allies. As a conscripted army of criminals, debtors, and political dissidents bound to service, it seemed unlikely that the Ethereals would have any reason to infiltrate them when they could control them indirectly to the military high command. The next step was to discreetly make contact. Black Legion Scouting Report. I write this little letter to report the extreme and disturbing. Why is the G so faded? I've noticed this before, like the G letters on these texts are sometimes kind of hard to see. I read this letter to report of extreme and disturbing ethereal activity to the north of the Homestead. I set off to the foothills and made my way through the warren of low stone walls, fences and occasional farmhouses. I was careful to move in secret and remain undetected from the horrors that still roam the fields unchecked. I made it to the valley of 2 hills near the river, when I witnessed something I can barely comprehend. An unearthly black pillar that was neither stone nor flesh, drifting slowly across the land as would a low cloud. A sickly green glow burned at its core, and great writhing tendrils hung from somewhere underneath the shifting black shell. I watched in mounting dread as the unholy obelisk slowed and then, without warning, burrowed the hooks of the dangling tentacles into the ground. The ground began to wither and glow with the same unwholesome green. It was then that the obelisk pulled itself into the ground. With a sound that made me feel as if the earth was dying, it began glowing so bright I could hardly look. Its power seeped into the ground, twisting and corrupting as it spread. I lingered for nearly an hour in that place, and in that time a great distance around the obelisk had been changed. I was about to leave when the obelisk erupted from the ground and drifted to an untouched patch of land to begin the cycle again. We must act soon or there will be nothing left to save. 6th Regimental Scouts of the Black Legion, Renal Oberak. Okay. Are we done talking? Unfortunately not. Olgrim.
I wasn't sure you'd make it, but you pulled through. Those people owe you their lives.
I did what was right.
I wish that was the end of our troubles, but there is a mounting threat on the horizon that threatens to wipe us all out.
What do we do now?
I'm going to check in with Creed here, but I suggest you speak to Captain Sommer. She's the Black Legion officer in charge of this sorry bunch. Look for the grumpy middle-aged hag in Black Legion armor. She'll fill you in on the situation.
I will speak to her. It is rather bold of you to be speaking of her this way when she's literally right there. I mean, he's not afraid of her, but she should be pissed. Captain Sommer.
I'll skip the pleasantries. Olgrim tells me you're one tough slith, and right now that's what I need most. Will you fight for the Black Legion?
What is the Black Legion?
You were joking, right? We are the Imperium's most infamous, if not elite, legion. Conscripted from criminals and political outcasts and tempered in the front lines of the Empire's most brutal wars. The only regiment of the Emperor's legions that has survived the massacre in the capital, if you could consider the losses we suffered surviving. I'd love to tell you our history, but I really have more important matters to attend to, such as the mission I need you for. The question really is, are you up to it?
Where do you need me?
The Legion is split on 2 fronts. To the north, We have the cult of Cthon. Nasty bastards keen on turning all of us into a puddle of blood for their rituals. I have my best men out there right now scouting ahead. The cultists are amassing in great numbers, and I'd like to know why. There is a more pressing issue, however, and this is where you come in. Olgrim says that you are experienced with fighting the ethereals. That's good. You'll need all your skills for this one. Far to the west, beyond the infested farms and the rotting croplands, there is an area teeming with ethereals that we have started calling the Gruesome Harvest. It is a fitting title as the ethereals have been gathering corpses, animal and human alike, in order to conduct their sick resurrection techniques upon them. The barn there has been giving off a blinding aether light non-stop for the last few days and nights. That is, until today. Whatever they are working on, it must be nearly finished. And knowing the ethereals, it's something monstrous. We can't risk the ethereals discovering that we know about their creation. I need someone to sneak in there and destroy this abomination before it even has a chance to wreak havoc upon my people. We'll only get one shot at this, so I want someone who has experience dealing with ethereal horrors to handle this mission. Will you be my champion?
What about the Dermapterans?
Been talking to Douglas? Look, I'd love to solve all the world's problems, but unfortunately I do not have the troops to send them out on a bug hunt. Douglas and the other farmers will just have to accept it for now. Perhaps later, once the ethereals and the Chthonians have been dealt with, then I can think about sending some men out to the fields to clear out this infestation.
Very well. Oh, it doesn't accept the
I see you've
quest.
returned. Changed your mind about
all
the
right.
Legion is split on two fronts.
This is what we need to do. Okay, and Weapons Master Borov. The Weapons Master looks over the supplies and sighs. It's a damn shame about the cannons. This place would feel a whole lot safer if we had a few of those beauties mounted up on the walls. What happened to the cannons? We had no choice but to abandon them on the road when the ethereals attacked us in force. Thankfully, the bastards don't know a thing about artillery. But if I recovered them, then I would call you insane. Treading into that area is nothing short of suicide. There's a reason we call it the conflagration now. It's overrun with ethereals. Even the very ground will cook you alive with aether fire. You like living? Stay out of that place. Just watch me. That is a place that I am going to leave for later though, because I believe that is also higher level than we would like. So, is that everything? That is indeed everything. So I'm gonna head out to the fields first. I did clear the... yeah. It didn't clear the detonation site down there, but that's something I'm gonna leave for later. Unfortunately, I think there's just too much to do here to finish on this stream. So Homestead is gonna have to be a two-parter. I mean, I'm gonna try to finish this side of Homestead, but I'm gonna then head south, probably next stream, and only then go north. Or alternatively, I could go north to go look for the upgrade for my scepters, and then come back down after my damage has gone up. That might be a more prudent decision. Already friendly with Homestead. Oh, that's not what I wanted to press. Rotated the camera on accident. Should probably just turn that off. I'm not actually using that system much. I do like the fact that you have the ability to rotate it, because depending on where you are, you always want enemies coming up from above. Sorry, coming from above. They can be coming up if they're coming from above. Because due to the perspective and also the UI, this is where you have the most vision in terms of distance. But the devs have been, cognizant of that fact, and so they designed the map so that most of the time you are moving north. That's why when you start the map, start the game, you are starting in Devil's Crossing, which just so happens to be the southernmost area in the game. Everything goes up. And here is the same thing on Forgotten Gods. You're just going up. Because that's the best way to do it. Also, if you, in an ARPG or any isometric game, If you want to create an interesting vista, something that the player gets to see as they explore the area, well, where is it going to be displayed? Up above. So new areas need to be there. Although that being said, I'm currently moving kind of more sideways in this region. But as long as you're not straight up walking south, that's the worst thing to be dealing with in an ARPG. Because that's where you have absolutely no vision. You only see things once they're immediately on top of you. That's our level 60. We are going to continue climbing to this. Could also eventually slot this in if I need the resistances, but that's not a pressing issue right now, because those are capped. Also, I'm level 60, so potentially not too far off from being able to deal with Narenkur and Steps of Torment, if I feel like even going to Steps of Torment before I have to go there for another quest. And also the Guardian in Lower Crossing. I could finish that one off. He was also, I believe, somewhere in that level area. Oh, I didn't assign my attribute. The boss of the Dermapterans that we're going to have to be dealing with is another one that has been nerfed this hotfix, which happened, I believe, yesterday, maybe on Friday. So hopefully she's not going to be an absolute nightmare, because I, again, heard some terrible stories of her shotgunning people on Veteran. So on Ultimate it would be even worse for us. Okay, there's a bunch of survivors here. Elara. Hello, Travel. We don't get many visitors out here, not with the Dermapterans running wild. How do you survive out here? We try to stay out of sight. If anything dangerous gets too close, we put out the campfire and hide. We plan to leave this place soon, though, and you should too. Farewell. Elara's journal. Oh, I got another text. Oh, this is the... I picked up Dahlia, I guess? Dahlia's diary. There's an excerpt from it. Oliver doesn't want me writing in here anymore. He says it fills my head with dreams when there's work to be done around the farm. So I've been writing at night when he's asleep. He cannot stop the muse that pulls the strings of my heart. The Weeping Oak by Dale Thornsbury. The limbs of a nearby tree tapped a steady rhythm against the bedroom window. Another storm was building up on the horizon. But Dela could not shake the feeling that this would not be just another shower. She sat up in her bed and took a quick glance at her husband Oliver. He was still fast asleep. Not even a hurricane would stir that man from his slumber. Dela got up, making sure not to shift the covers of her husband. She tiptoed to the wardrobe and retrieved her gear, a well-worn shirt... What? A well-worn suit of light leather armor and her trusty sword, Stormheart. The blade sparked with electricity as she removed it from its scabbard. The enchantment was still as strong as the day she had found it in the tomb north of Darkvale. That's a hint. You're actually going to find that sword there. Dela replaced the blade and hooked the scabbard into her belt. She took one last glance at Oliver before heading out the door. It was best he did not know about her little nightly vigils. He would just worry himself sick, and Dela could not stand to see him so obsessed over her safety. The wind whipped Dela's hair around her face as she stepped out the front door. The rain was already starting to pick up. The ground was drenched with moisture, turning the path into mud. Dayla tread carefully, planting every step on a stone or where the ground was still firm. At last she arrived at the edge of the lone oak tree, a place she could be alone with her thoughts, but there was something off about the spot that night. A deep sense of dread immediately overcame her. "I knew you come out to greet me, Dayla, my dear." A ghastly voice spoke from behind the tree. Dayla drew Stormheart, its sparking surface turning the raindrops into mist. A dark figure showed itself, and calmly walked towards her. She could not see the man's face, but she knew well who he was. "Come now, is that any way to greet your brother?" The man spoke again. Dayla did not say a word. Instead, she left her blade to do the talking for her. The figure countered her blows with a blade of his own, a burning sword that left streaks of fire across the air with every swing. "I see you've been practicing," the man said with a grin forming on his lips. Thunder cracked in the sky as lightning flared down from the heavens, briefly illuminating the scene. The light from the storm revealed the face of Dayla's adversary, the grisly, heavily decayed face of her brother. "Travis," Dayla hissed. Sorry. This is not gonna be a voice acted, so I'm not gonna hiss as she does, but... "Travis," Dayla hissed through her clenched teeth. She drove in for another attack. As silly as that sounds, this is gonna be very important. Because it's not just some stupid diary. It's... only on ultimate difficulty, it's real. Now here is another quest. We get to make some choices. We blow this up. I didn't actually read the important lore note that's relevant to this quest, so I need to read that first. Had the nightmare again. I'm in an old tomb, barely a candlelight in the way. Off in the corner I see a pair of red glowing eyes. They come closer, closer. Then just before I can make out what it is through the shadows, the creature is gone. I try to run, but every way I go ends in rubble and stone. There is no escape. I turn around to see the eyes once more, staring back at me. I hear laughter, a child's laughter. Then everything is fire. I try to scream, but nothing comes out. The eyes just stare ahead as I writhe in the flames. That is when I awaken, drenched in sweat. It has been like this for 5 nights in a row. The nightmares are becoming more frequent, and I am not sure how much more of this I can stand. It may not be wise, but perhaps it is time we moved on from this wretched place. And speaking of girls in tombs, Callista. Please help me, I'm so scared. How did you get trapped down here? I was out playing by myself like Mama said not to. I wandered into this cave when the exit collapsed behind me. Callista sobs between words. Please, I just want to go home to my Mama and Papa. They live in a camp nearby. Why didn't they come looking for you? I don't know. What does it matter? Maybe they couldn't find this place under all the rocks. Callista is ready to cry. You're frightening me with all your questions. I just need to get out of this prison. Prison? Interesting choice of words. I find it odd that you survived on your own out here. Or something seems off here. Flame flickers in Callista's eyes. Take me from this place now. Level 65. Again, very damage spongy. Partially because he's chaos resistant, I think. Makes sense for a demon. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need a weapon upgrade. These old ones, these old scepters are not holding up anymore. Oh, yeah, because these are not chaos related, they are not showing up. I should probably turn it off. I might miss some, like, health related upgrades. I'm probably gonna regret it, but at the very least, if I don't want to read it, I can just sell it. Also, I should have probably read the detonation site. I believe has a description that makes it sound like the rocks were placed there intentionally. That is another clue that something is off in there. I think. I can't remember. I should have read it more carefully. If we talk to Alara now... Chthonian almost tricked me into releasing it here. Oh no, you must mean Callista. The girl is devil spawn, a curse upon our family. Shortly after she was born, her eyes would glow red and she could speak, but not in any human tongue. Tarvik could not bring himself to end her life, so we left her in a nearby tomb and sealed the entrance shut. If you have spoken to her, then she must have broken free. Do not fear, I have banished the Chthonian for good. I thank you. Callista was a terror we could not face. You've done what we could not bring ourselves to do. So, if you let her go, then you will have to fight the demon anyway, but everybody in here will be dead. Because she will be here when you come back. I love how this game makes you pay attention to context clues. Like, if I didn't actually read the detonation site description, and if you didn't read the journal entry, you would have no idea that there's something off with girl in tomb. Yes, normal enemies, our damage is still respectable, but yeah, those bosses are starting to take a while. So I will finish this section and then I should head out into Blood Grove, because that's where we can find an upgrade. And then I can finish the other parts that I had to skip because of level discrepancies. Steps of Torment were level 65 and we were going there at like, what, level 57? Just doesn't seem right. Author's note. What am I stuck on? Oh, this guy. Shit, what is my... There it is, shift. Wasn't sure which button to use to attack. Standing in place. I thought I assigned it to something else. Oh yeah, I used to have it on V, but now that's a dodge button. Oh, which reminds me, I should go back, because I completed a quest for Homestead. By clearing the Dermapteran eggs. Any progress with the Dermapterans? I have cleared out the fields as you asked. I am relieved to hear that, and that you've returned in one piece. Dermapterans should not be trifled with, especially in such numbers. I will speak to Captain Somer about sending some guards out along with some of the farmers. We'll have that field cleared up in no time. In the meantime, I was hoping you would hear me out on a far more grave task. What is it? The Dermapteran hives are cyclical in nature. Every 7 years or so, they birth a new queen, which promptly proliferates their numbers and causes them to explode across the countryside. In the past, we would rally together and exterminate the queen while she was still young, but after the Grim Dawn, the Dermapterans were allowed to thrive. Their queen has molted into a massive creature that spawns new Dermapterans by the dozen every day. She has to be destroyed, otherwise the insects will eventually run out of food and attack us in force. The queen is always guarded by 2 of her Grand Viziers, so you would have to inquire their pheromone glands to even enter her chamber. We know that the royal hive is somewhere out in the rotting croplands, to the west of Homestead. After the way you handle the infested fields, I am confident in your abilities. Will you help us hold the Dermapteran reproductive cycle? I will gladly pull together all of our iron bits if you can pull this off. Okay, and we also need to talk to Dela. Thank you for clearing out our farm. Oh yeah, she's Thornsbury, so one of the farms that we cleared belongs to Oliver, I believe. Who is nowhere to be seen. I found your diary. Oh heavens, I hope you didn't read it. It's not proper to stick your nose into a lady's private scribblings. Thank you, I dropped it when we fled the farm. Figured the Dermer tenants would have shredded it by now. I assure you I have not read a word. Where is Oliver? Is he one of the... No, he's not one of the shopkeepers. Is he down here maybe? Nope. Oh, I could have sworn you meet him in here, but I guess not. Maybe he's out in the fields. Anyway, back to the Riftgate. So now we are gonna have to find the queen, and that's the one that was recently nerfed, hopefully enough for us not to be shotgunned. Because our health is pretty meager. Also, she has been nerfed, but I don't even know what the fight looks like now. I'm not sure if they changed it when Sunder was introduced, because I wasn't playing back during that time. Also see a shrine. I think I have the material for it. Yes, I do. Okay, we are going to continue the... I was going the Toad route. Even though we don't really need the lifesteal from it because we have a built-in source of lifesteal on Voracity. Here, we already have 21%, but... it is going to help us get to the Korvac devotion eventually. And it is point sufficient. Plus we will need the purple affinity to eventually unlock Elemental Storm once we switch to Cold Damage. So even though it's not useful now, which a lot of our devotion tree isn't useful now, it will be useful later. But I want to have it already leveled up. The devotion procs and stuff. Again, it's not the right way to play it. I know it's not. The right way to play it would be to... If I'm playing Chaos Werewolf currently, I should make a devotion path for Chaos Werewolf and then swap. So, do as I say, not as I do, I guess. If you want to be efficient. Also, did I check this? Yeah, I did. Oh yeah, the book that we found is important. The Last Will of Mathos Everbrook. Here be written the last will and decree of the late Mathos Anthony Everbrook II. To my daughter, dearest Lizzie, I leave the farmstead and its surrounding orchards. That the land which has blessed our family with harvest for generations continue to provide for you and your children. And now to my bull-headed sons, Edric and Anthony, who have filled my remaining years with your endless bickering over who would inherit my fortune. To you, I leave nothing but these words. I had the farmhands bury the gold somewhere on the Everbrook lands. You now have but two options. Move on with your miserable lives and start anew through back-breaking labor, just as your great-grandfather did before you, or squander your youth searching for that which you do not deserve. I trust you will make the right decision. Along the bottom, you can barely make out some scribbled notes in a different handwriting. In the hills, up the road from Thornsbury's, bring explosives. So, we know which choice they made. Walter's note. I can see smoke rising from the Everbrook estate. They're nearly here, whatever they are. I've barricaded the doors and windows as best I could. All that remains now is to wait for them to come to us. The wife insisted that we abandon the farm and head for Homestead, but I'll be damned if I let some green-eyed freaks kick us off our land. Our family has not toiled on this farm for generations just to leave it at the first sign of trouble. Those cowards in Homestead can leave their crops to rot. When all this blows over, I'll still be here, tending to the harvest, and they will look the fools. How did that work out for you? So now we got a quest to find the location that they scribbled on the paper, on the map, so we can find some treasure. Until you find that note, the detonation site will not exist on the map. And the corpse from which the map drops moves around the place, like not literally. The corpse is not getting up and walking around. But there are several spawn spots where the corpse can appear. And sometimes it's such a nightmare to find it, because the corpses are not like highlighted or anything. Unless you mouse over the right spot, you can easily miss it. So many times before, I've had to keep running around this place looking for those specific spots where the corpse can spawn and fishing for the map. So I kind of got lucky that I found it immediately. I think it was the first spawn spots where it could have been. So lucky me. Question is where the Torment hive spawned, because that's another place that moves around and it's not really marked on the map. I mean, no, not really marked, it just isn't marked on the map. So you have to use your eyes. If you just barely brush past it and it doesn't appear on your screen, you might be running around here for a while as well. Okay, this is Sliskel like wraps, not useful for us. Although the Aether resistance might actually be worth the swap, even though we lose the chaos damage. Because what's coming up is there's an Aether boss coming up. And I am not confident fighting him with 22. So I might have to save these and make a swap. I could also swap the components on my weapons for the purified salt again, which will give me like 40 total for the two weapons, but it would cost me a lot of damage removing the rift stones. Should also assign the skill points. Do I have anything? I do have a decent bonus for recklessness, so yeah, I should skill it up. And then yeah, this way. So now our Rip and Tear is going to be coming off cooldown whenever we crit. Or not whenever, but 13% chance anytime we crit that the cooldown reduces. So now I'm gonna have to start learning to just spam the skill, because it might be coming off cooldown when I don't expect it. I don't want to just be constantly looking at my skill bar. That's annoying. Let me check if everything looks alright on stream. Stream health. Yeah, everything seems fine. Wald's note. Let's read that. We got away. I couldn't believe it at the time, but we gave those ethereal bastards the slip. They'll never think to look out here in the wilderness. There's nothing here but trees and rocks, certainly nothing for the likes of them. I've gone ahead and set up camp while a few guys ventured out to scavenge for berries and firewood. They should be returning soon. May not be much, but I think we can turn this place into a home away from home. Hell, even the birds must be finding it to their liking. I can see a few of them circling overhead from time to time. Yeah, that was these guys, harpies. Killed everybody. So if the ethereals don't get you and the Bloodsworn contests don't get you, then it might be the Dermapterans or the harpies or the undead. Living on Cairn is no fun. Playing on Cairn, no. I like that. What totem do we have here? Ancient Aether Warped totem. Oh no, not Aether Warped. Anything but Aether Warped. There's gonna be a whole bunch of Aether focused heroes. I'm gonna be in trouble. Because again, my Aether resistance is terrible. The one resistance that I'm really weak in. Which is kind of bad, you know, when one of the primary enemies of this game is ethereal. I'm gonna open a portal because this usually goes poorly. Let's have it. Yeah, those are first expansion enemies. But surprisingly, able to stand up to them. Ooh, okay. That was not nice. And I think I was standing in Aether Fire for a good bunch of that. And managed it. Surprising. Butcher of Burwich, we've already found one. Yeah, just pick it up. I can read through it later. I know I won't. The moment it left my mouth, I knew that was a lie. I forget, did I did not invest the skill point. Yeah, I thought so. Or devotion point, I should say. Could have also gone this way to maybe increase my Aether resistance, but we'll get there eventually. It's not like 8% would have changed my situation all that much. That's this area clear? Or is it? No, we can get through here. And through here. This is where it interconnects. Okay, so we still haven't found the lair. And the detonation site for the treasure. It can be somewhere around here. Okay, so not here. That's a lot of bugs. They weren't kidding about them overpopulating this place. Respected with Homestead. Oh yeah, I also wanted to check my reputation with Devil's Crossing. I thought I maybe reached Honored and missed it. Not Honored, Revered. No, I didn't. Okay. I definitely will when I kill the queen, because that completes the food supply quest for Devil's Crossing, which gives a lot of reputation. Then I can maybe start fixing some of my resistances through defensive augments, which we didn't have access to until now. But that, for those, we always need to reach revered reputation with any given faction. Until then, we only get components or other augments that can affect our weapons and our rings, which are usually damage focused, not resistance focused. This is the path to the Aether Abomination, which I do not want to fight yet. But that I will want to swap the pants for the Aether resistance, I think. Otherwise, that fight will not go well for me. It's gonna be like the Elena fight all over again. A lot of area denial. Very few safe spaces to stand, so I need to be able to take the damage. Okay, so another place where the... There it is. There's the den. Or hive, I should say. This place always fascinated me. Like, just under the surface, this massive hive of absolute flesh-eating monstrosities. What a horrifying thought. You're just walking out in the field and not 2 meters below you, there's thousands of flesh-eating monsters, and you just have the fortune of not having alerted them, but one wrong step and it's over. Yikes. And people farmed this land regularly. Braver men than I. Oh yeah, this is the... in this area there's a secret within a secret. If I remember correctly. So there's a lower level, which... I don't even know if there's anything we need there. You need to be killing the 2 viziers, but I think they are both on the surface, aren't they? Or not surface, but the higher level. Oh yeah, there's a optional boss here, I think. 67, they're still pretty high level. Guard, Noxus, and Aether boss. Of course. Just my luck. I mean, he's always Aether. It's not like he could have rolled as anything else. That was our survivability proc from our amulets. Avatar of Mercy. Healing us up. Locor's Mental. Is there... Yeah, there is a chaos set. But a new chaos set for... a Were-Raven, not for a Were-Wolf. Unfortunately for us. Not that we can equip it. Level 65. But even though it isn't for us, does it have better resistances maybe? 22 Aether, which is something we want. And we can probably sacrifice 32 Elemental, right? Yes, we can. So that would be something that I could use, but 4 levels from now. Which is unfortunately too late, because by then I will have dealt with the Aether boss that I'm coming up against soon. It was one of the Viziers. Then we get to find out how nerfed Ravna got. Hopefully enough. That hurt a little. Must say I'm not noticing much of the cooldown reductions. I mean, I guess we have sufficiently low chance for the cooldown reduction to trigger, and it only triggers off crits, which already we don't have a high chance of dealing. Right, what is our chance to crit? 8%, yeah, that's not enough. Well, that's not the only thing that this skill does. It also reduces enemy defensive ability, so technically we actually have more chance to crit than what it's showing us. Because what the tooltip shows is our chance to hit against an enemy that isn't affected by any debuffs. As soon as we apply defensive ability reductions, it's a whole different story. And that's the other Grand Vizier. One time very, very long ago now. This is, I believe, the only quest that has ever bugged out for me. Wow, that hurt. But I had it... I cleared this area, I killed the queen. He really hurts, what the hell? And then I literally saw the quest log update itself backwards and remove the kill and tell me to go kill the queen again. I was like, did I not kill her? Did I kill the viziers and not go down? So I went back in. Nope, queen was dead. The quest log was still telling me that I needed to go back in there. So I had to reload the session. It's the only time I had a quest problem in this game. And it probably wasn't even a problem with the game itself, it was probably just some corrupted files on Steam. So, in here, there's a broken wall. There's going to be another one, I believe, in here. And behind that is another dungeon floor, which you could completely miss. This is it. So, we humans up on the surface, we have a layer of monsters right under our feet, and those monsters have a layer of other monsters under their feet. Because this is not a Dermapteran cave, this is something else. And it's similarly horrifying. Everything is luminescent and pale, never seen the sun. Like when you turn around a rock and a bunch of pale skittering bugs run off. Okay, we will have to fight for this shrine, so I'm gonna open a portal, which I probably should have done anyway, because we are quite far away from the nearest rift gate. Ship stuff over. Spiders, my favorite. Well, speaking of Lord of the Rings references, there was the Shelob reference that we had a little bit ago. A spider was named kind of like Shelob, not quite, there was one letter difference. There's going to be another Lord of the Rings reference here. Golos, the Deep Dweller. Looks very smeagly, doesn't he? Oh, don't interrupt our alone time. Yeah, my damage definitely needs an upgrade. Thankfully we're not too far away from one now. And he drops Colossus' ring. He really liked that ring. Yeah, he did. This is a very good regen-focused ring for a lot of builds. If you're building around regen and you do not have a better option specific to your mastery combination, that Colossus' ring tends to be a best in slot. Also helps that because it is green, it is fully customizable in terms of what resistance is and damage it provides. So actually a lot of builds, regardless of mastery combinations, will want it. Unless you have a ring that can like help you reduce enemy resistances, Colossus' ring might be a good option for you, as long as regen is something you care about. Okay, this is a dead end. Okay, let's with this floor done. I just need to circumnavigate these barricades again. The rocks keep moving every time you reload the map. So like, not when we came back up, it didn't reload, but every time you start a new session, the rocks might move. So you can never rely on the same path being available that you're used to. This is a dead end. Because again, moving rocks. Ah, another infernal. Ouch. They are nasty. They must do physical damage in there along with fire. Because my fire resistance is excellent, but the projectiles that he retaliates with, they really hurt. Alright, let's see how bad this is. Was she nerfed enough? Or rather, are we strong enough? I would expect she would not be nerfed so much that we have an easy time with her. Because we are underpowered for now. Underleveled and under-equipped. This is the way back up. Which is interesting because shortcuts to Hive entrance, but it leads down. Must be some twisty tunnel. Okay, so that thing will probably shotgun us if we take the projectiles to the face. But the way to solve that problem is to just not be at a distance when she fires at us. If we get close, she will not be using that projectile attack. Instead, she will start attacking from melee. Not that that's much consolation, because she also hits pretty hard, I believe. If memory serves. Oh yeah, and she keeps spawning these guys. Okay, that was too far away. She was still shooting. And she does hurt. But not enough. It is kind of uncomfortable to be in that position inside. If I do need to dodge, I dodge kind of still within her hitbox, so it creates some distance. Okay, that's done. Fortunately, not completely. Okay, this is trouble. This attack specifically. Thankfully, the rocks don't follow around her. Wherever she summoned them, that's where they will keep falling. And they do a shit ton of physical damage. So, if you are a fan of D&D, this is the rocks fall, everyone dies move. Okay, yeah, we can melee her, that's not too bad. I guess the projectile attack is the thing that people were worried about. Why they said she needed a nerf. I thankfully managed to avoid it. I mean, if you are a ranged attacker, then yeah, that is a problem, because you cannot really afford to go into melee. You will not be tanky enough. Sanguinar, that's a bleed crossbow. Wyrmbow and handguards, that's lightning. And fire, I guess. Ravna's Claw. That is acid and retaliation Ages of Menhir, which is an Oathkeeper skill, Captain America build. Not for us. And out we go. So that's this completed. This should give us the revered reputation with Devil's Crossing when we turn this in. Have you dealt with the Dermapteran Queen? Why do you still have a lock here? I already have reputation with you guys. The Dermapteran cycle is disrupted. Okay, honored immediately. But the lock is still there. That is the best news I've heard for weeks. I will have to speak to Captain Somer about getting a proper kitchen set up. You have done so much for us, I think it's only fair that we return the favor. I'm glad to hear that. I will send word that food is to be delivered to Devil's Crossing immediately. Consider the first shipment to be a thank you and a sign of prosperous future between the two settlements. Thank you, I will let my people know immediately. So the like building sound that you heard, they did actually set up a kitchen. I believe it is up here, isn't it? Yeah, this guy. Chef Brackham will now be giving us meals if we want them. I believe once per session to refill our constitution, but we don't really need that anymore. Constitution is no longer much of a concern for us. I should probably sell some stuff off while I'm here, but first I'm gonna go to Devil's Crossing to deliver the news. I believe we need to speak to Barnabas. Yes, making a deal.
I don't know what you did, but it sure worked. We've already received a shipment of food from Homestead, and more seems to be on the way. You single-handedly secured the future of this settlement. I don't know how to thank you. Have a glass of water. It's on me.
I'm just glad we'll all survive. Revered. Ta-da! Whole bunch of reputation with Devil's Crossing and with Homestead. Chains of Oleron. Bindings of Bismuel, those are components, rare ones. Ship those over. And let's see what the augments have in store for us. So these are all too high levels still, that's level 70. But what about this? Elemental resistance, we don't need that. Aether resistance here, I mean, lightning damage isn't helpful, but considering who we're about to fight, Aether resistance is important. Vitality, Fire Cold Elemental, Bleeding. This is a way for us to increase our health again, but we already have a better option for that. Aether and Chaos resistance and Aether and Chaos damage. Okay, this is what we're doing. Do I even have space for it? I do. Oh, and these are the defensive. Oh, never mind. We do not have enough levels to get the defensive ones for armor. I'm gonna buy them, but keep them in the stash for when that becomes relevant. Should probably make some space, so I'm gonna actually sell shit first, so it doesn't mix together. Not useful. I thought we already... Oh yeah, we have those. Did these roll better? I mean, they have 1% more Fizz Res, which could be enough of a reason. I mean, nah, 1% Fizz Res isn't gonna save us. If it comes down to 1% Fizz Res, whether we live or die, we have bigger problems than that. This is an improved version of an item we already had. Too high. None of these weapons will be relevant. Oh, wait, what? That one said it's better than our offhand? Probably just because of the attack speed. But nah, we'll be replacing that. If we are going to be making a swap, it's not going to be for 36 DPS. Fuck that. Yeah, basically things we are looking for is we don't even need to fix our resistances other than Aether. I guess Chaos could use some help, because we will be coming up against Chaos Cultists soon. But no, the primary thing that would help us is a whole slab of health. Which, I mean, I just passed some, it's 7%. But that would cost us Aether resistance, which we do not want to lose. The rings are good, what we have. Definitely not crossbows, these are over-leveled. I will be swapping the pants, I think. Now. Ah, Aether Steel Arbiter. This is a weapon, or rather its mythical version, the level 82, I think it is. I don't think I have had a character yet that hasn't found at least like 2 or 3 of those. This is, I think, my most found item when it comes to epics and legendaries. I did want to save this, but that is for future. Not too distant future, so it is probably worthwhile. Okay, almost done with the selling. Boots of Unseeing Swiftness, these are kind of funny. Give you a whole bunch of speed until you get hit, then they slow you down. Okay, that was all damage, wasn't it? Yeah, but it's level 65 and only bleeding res. Nah. Plus it's a gunslinging jacket. That's not what we are doing. Okay, so the augments. Let's buy them up.
Put it to good use. I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
So these are just for future use. And we want the... So this is nice universal thing, but the one we want is this. Because this fixes both the Aether and the Chaos resistance that we were worried about. And we are replacing some health. We can tolerate that. I'm actually just gonna buy them into reserve, because I'm gonna be using multiples of these as soon as I replace the rings and amulets. I'll be needing more. Those are some resistances. At this point, I will leave. I might not even need to make this swap. Let's see. Aether resistance will go up. Vitality will go down, but it can spare the points. Pierce resistance stays the same. I lose % chaos damage. That is it. Curse of Frailty points are not super important. Also damage to beastkin, but I guess that doesn't matter much anymore. Actually, that's not true, because more beastkin are coming up when we go to Pine Barrens. So yeah, I will keep the pens that I have. I'm just gonna make a spare. I need resilient plating to make a silk swatch to apply to the pants. There we go. Now this is an aether resistance I can get behind.
Don't get killed out there.
What's so funny about that?
Safe storage. No
This also should enable me, with our new chaos resistance, I should now be able to fight Naren Kur without having to be afraid for my life. Actually shouldn't be carrying these around, or maybe I should, to remind me whenever I'm making swaps that I should apply. The augments, not forget about them. Right, so the Ethereal Abomination is up next. That and the Treasure Quest. Wait, Treasure Quest, wasn't that a movie or something? Maybe I'm mistaking that with Treasure Island. With this Aetheress, I should probably be able to deal with the Conflagration as well, because that's primarily Aether damage, I believe. There's a whole bunch of those, like... Well, I'm not gonna spoil what we're gonna fight there, but... That type of boss has, I believe, he has 3 variants, and each of them deals a different damage types. I think this one is the ethereal one. There's another one that's mostly cold and lightning. I believe one is fire. I'm actually just talking out of my ass. I don't remember anymore. It's been so long. Now, where's the detonation side? Here. Guys, you're fighting over here. You know you have treasure at your feet? You don't care. You're not financially motivated, are you? That's our quest. Life-Giver Signets. That's a decent lifesteal ring. Battle Surge. Ooh, we get a lifesteal proc. It would give us vitality and bleeding resistance, whatever it cost us. Some stun duration, elemental res, poison res. The important part is doesn't give any damage. And we kind of do need more damage. The resistances it would give us even useful. Bleeding isn't far off max and vitality is well overcapped, so no. It would give us 300 extra health, but I'm not sure that's worthwhile. I must say I'm getting kind of sleepy. I'm gonna check what time is it. Yeah, I did expect to do a little shorter stream, so I'm going to finish the Gruesome Harvest area. I don't think I will go up to Conflagration today. I will do that tomorrow. And I am going to attempt to finish the areas that we started, which is the Naren Kur tomb. I don't remember what it's called specifically. And I'm not gonna do the Steps of Torment, that's too big of a dungeon. But also, what did I start? The Guardian of Drieg in Lower Crossing. I'm gonna try to finish that one. I might be survivable enough now, even though my health hasn't increased that much. Maybe my sustain has increased enough. The various improvements, because I just gained 5% extra lifesteal, which is like a 30% increase to what I had. I really like the werewolf basic attack. The fact that it has AoE quick attack speed because it's a double swing, even if you have a two-handed weapon. Although, of course, the speed of your weapon will affect the speed of the attack. And the fact that it lifesteals natively as soon as you get the supporting node. Voracity. It's a lot of good stuff in one skill. There. I can't wait to upgrade my weapons in the Blood Grove. I set Pine Barrens and Steps of Torment might be something I do next. I'll probably, first thing I should do is go to Blood Grove and acquire the upgrade to my weapons, because these 35 ones are really not holding up anymore. I mean, it's not like we're doing terribly, but when it comes to bosses especially and heroes, we really do want more DPS than this. This is also a neat touch. So in the cages here are trolls, just normal ones, just like those Mistborn guys, which is what they're called. And around them are also trolls, but those are Aether Warps now. So they are capturing trolls and implanting them with Aether Crystals. Kind of what Cronley was doing to his gang, but, you know, troll flavored. That sounds terrible. Is it just me, or did it suddenly feel like my attack speed increased? It felt like that in that fight suddenly I had a surge of attack speed. Something. Oh, I should open a portal. So I don't have to run here. The last one I opened is very far away. Okay, so the barn that we were supposed to investigate. Well, here it is. And here's our new fleshy friend. How hard do you hit? He has some nasty series of attacks. Yeah, we can tank it now. This we cannot, probably. That's an... How big of a Sunder is it? 33%. It felt like it was tracking me. Yeah, it is tracking me. That is bullshit, come on. They're not supposed to track. That is cheating. Breaking all the rules. So speaking of unavoidable Sunders, there's one coming up in Steps of Torment that's, well, deep into Steps of Torment, so I'm not gonna go there now, but there is one that's kind of annoys me. You basically are guaranteed to get sundered. If you try to avoid it, you'll just prolong the fight, trying to find safe grounds to fight on. It's better to just take the sunder and hope your survival will be enough. So, that's this entire area done. We did get the detonation site, we have no outstanding quests related to this. Conflagration is in a different direction, so we're going to go back to Somer. I need to read the amalgamation text that I just found. Then I'm gonna try to finish up some of the loose ends before I finish the stream. So, the amalgamation. Consensus is achieved. The sanctum of Homestead is to fall within the fortnight. With the Herald making its steady approach from the north, nothing but conflagration in its wake. It falls upon me to render a force capable of assaulting the human stronghold from the west. The reanimators are tirelessly working within the cages, pouring the... Sorry, I need to start again. I'm too tired now. The reanimators are tirelessly working within the cages, pouring the gift of the Aether into the humans and trolls we had gathered for the purpose. But the real work will be conducted within the barn. It is true that the humans have proven to be difficult hosts. The mind struggles against a greater power it cannot possibly fathom. But the flesh, it is malleable, easily tainted. I look upon the corpses filling the barn with the stench of decay not as a sign of how fragile life is, but as a canvas upon which we will paint the future of Cairn. Theodin Marcel, Shaper of Flesh. Now we get to, this is also the monster infrequent you get from the amalgamation. Only place where it drops. And it is one of the best sources of lifesteal. Actually, is it one of the only sources of lifesteal? No, there is one more. For Albrecht's Aether Ray, which normally just doesn't have access to lifesteal at all. Because it doesn't deal weapon damage. At least not natively. So, Captain Somer, what do you have to tell me?
There was much commotion reported in the area around the gruesome harvest. I trust you have good news?
The abomination has been destroyed.
I see your reputation is well earned. The Legion thanks you for your service to the Emperor. With the ethereal threat crippled, we can now turn our attention to the cult of Cthon.
I am eager to get started.
My scouts have reported back from the lands to the north. The situation is far worse than I ever imagined. The cult of Cthon is on our doorstep and in great numbers. Worse still, they've been capturing farmers, travelers, even my own soldiers, and using them for their blood rituals. We cannot risk the cult bolstering their forces with chthonic beings. I need you to venture out beyond Sorrow's Bastion to the north and search their camps. Rescue any survivors before the cultists can use them as sacrifices.
What can I expect out there?
Terrors from the void. Crazed humans hell-bent on harvesting your blood for their heathen god. Unspeakable dark rituals. The cult of Cthon is a despicable group of degenerates that needs to be wiped out. I would not ask this of you if I did not think you capable. Will you stop the sacrifices?
I will rescue the prisoners. Okay, so we gotta level up. Yeah, these dialogue texts are much easier to read if I need to. The lore notes on the side, not only are they in a smaller font with less contrast, they're also on the side, so a longer distance, so sometimes I stumble there. Not because I can't read, I can read demonstrably, but because it's sometimes just difficult to see. This is the cunning. This gets us to Bone-Chilling Cry. I'm guessing we won't be needing to turn back into a human anytime soon again. So I might move this. I'm gonna move it to here. No, that's not the skill. Here. And get rid of this completely. So I'm gonna put the heals on this end now. And this will be my resistance reduction zone. Doesn't have a casting animation. That's good. Won't interrupt my attacks. So, Olgrim.
Just the person I'm looking for. The others may disagree with me on this, but there's something I need you to do.
What is it?
There are 2 other groups of survivors in the region that we are aware of, but Somer and Creed do not consider them to be of strategic value. Frankly, I disagree. They may consist largely of fanatics, but fanatics aimed in the right direction can be a powerful force. I've asked representatives from both the Order of Death's Vigil and Kaiman's Chosen to visit here and speak to us. There is some obvious animosity between the two, but perhaps we can leverage that against them. I would like you to be our representative. Speak to both of them. Learn all that you can and decide which of the 2 groups would prove to be of superior strategic value. I just don't see them working together, I'm afraid.
Why won't you talk to them?
As much as I'd love to play politics again, Creed demands my attention at the war table. I'm asking you to do this because I trust your judgment.
What can you tell me about the 2 groups?
Setting their fanatical beliefs aside, both groups have valuable resources at their disposal. Kaiman's Chosen may be religious zealots, but they are surprisingly well trained and should make formidable allies in battle. The Order of Death's Vigil, their powers over death send chills down my spine. But they are powerful mages and used to facing the world's terrors. I won't lie to you. It's not an easy decision.
I will speak to the emissaries.
I have come to represent Kaiman's Chosen, as the one you call Ulgrim has requested.
Brother Mortair, chosen of Kaiman at your service. But I must wonder why you brought this necromancer filth here as well. What can you tell me about Kaiman's Chosen? We are the chosen of Father Kaiman, blessed prophet of Empyrean, guardian of the divine flame and savior of humanity. Who is Father Kaiman? Father Kaiman is our spiritual leader. He is blessed by Empyrean, the Lightbringer, first among the gods. By his word we will cleanse the cairn of the impure and the corrupt, starting with the abhorrent Order of Death's Vigil. That's not a good sign. They already want to be killing each other. And ending with the eradication of the Ethereals and the Chthonians. Who is Empyrean? Empyrean, the Lightbringer, is first among the gods. Under his just rule, the world experienced order and balance, free of the corruption of the void and the aether. However, the other gods grew jealous of Empyrean's power, and they imprisoned him deep within the earth, locked away for centuries, perhaps millennia. But Father Kaiman has found the old god's prison. He communes with the Lightbringer, delivering the Divine One's word onto his chosen. What can you tell me about the Order of Death's Vigil? That's gonna be a very objective take, I am sure. They are abominations that twist the divine threads of life to their will, as if they were playthings. The Order is a plague upon this world, much like the Ethereals and the Chthonians. In order for Cairn to heal, they must be purged. What sort of equipment do you offer? We are well equipped to deal with the fiends infesting our world. There is something there to suit most fighting styles, but warriors who wage battle with physical fire and lightning will fit right in. Yeah, so these guys I'm not gonna be siding with. Even though there's a lot of interesting lore behind this. For the final build that we are going to be playing, cold is more favorable. It's questionable whether we are going to make use of these by the time that we actually switch to our cold build. There might be other options already unlocked, but better safe than sorry.
The one you call Ulgrim has asked to speak with the Order of Death's Vigil, so I have come before you.
Greetings, I am Haruf, and I represent the Order of Death's Vigil. We are eager to discuss an agreement, even if it has to be made amongst such questionable company. What can you tell me about the Order? We are seekers and preservers of knowledge, trained in the ancient art of necromancy by our Grandmaster Uraboruk. We do not fear death, we embrace all that it teaches us, and through it become more in tune with the world around us. What do you offer the Black Legion? We are experts in the arcane and masters of necromancy. Why send living men to die at the hands of the enemy, when he could send loyal undead servants to battle in our stead? We will combat the enemy and preserve valuable humans' lives in the process. What can you tell me about Uraboruk? Our master is eternal. He was there when the Arkovian Empire was young, and he was there when they fell to his curse. The Arkovians, much like the Erwan Empire, shattered by the Grim Dawn, had persecuted necromancy and those who would seek forbidden knowledge. They tortured our master, eager to learn his secret of immortality. In return, Uraboruk cursed them to eternal unlife. Since the fall of Arkovia, Uraboruk founded the Order of Death's Vigil to ensure that the pursuit of knowledge and life's mysteries would never again be threatened by the ignorant. Now that humanity stands at the brink of annihilation, it seems his teachings are more relevant than ever. We will return balance to the world as our master had decreed. What is necromancy? Necromancy is the study of death and the forces of life that bind us to that final fate. To us, death is a mystery that must be studied, not some esoteric topic worthy of fear. What can you tell me about Kaiman's Chosen? Again, very objective information, I'm sure. They are fanatics, obsessed with an ancient faith worshipping a non-existent god known as Empyrean. Anyone that stands against their tenets is a heretic and worthy only of extermination. In that, they are no better than the Empire, which had persecuted the Order for generations. What sort of equipment do we offer? You should find that our equipment can handle many situations, but the users of cold, vitality and minions will find our arsenal to be of great use. That is true, actually. If I wanted to swap to Hellhound at any point, having Necromancers on my side will be better than Kaiman. So yes, I will side with them. What will it be then? Will the Black Legion fight alongside the Order of Death's Vigil against the invaders to our realm? Yep. So now we are friendly with these and hostile with the other ones. Splendid. I shall make the arrangements immediately. In the meantime, I would ask that you seek out our sanctum to the north. We have claimed a small crypt hidden in the mountains just west of Sorrow's Bastion. To get there, you must take the road north, through the fallow fields. When you've reached the old fort ruins, then you are close to our home. Once inside, see Master Varuk. He will wish to speak with our new ally. Okay, I will seek your new sanctum. So, now we need to speak to... Oh, we don't. Never mind. I thought we need to speak to Ulgrim again. Or maybe to Inquisitor Creed. Actually, let's talk to Inquisitor Creed.
You have done well in destroying that abomination. I dread to think what it could have done should it have been set loose.
I have some questions. If you have something to say, make it quick. How do you know Ulgrim? I've long known of Ulgrim by his previous title, the First Blade, although I was fortunate not to have met him in his working capacity back then. It was not until the days prior to the Grim Dawn that I met him in person. It was our mutual awareness of the ethereal conspiracy and individual inability to counter it that brought us together. In the end, we realized that the ethereals already controlled too much of the government and could not be stopped. So we instead set out to gather resources and allies to weather the invasion and launch a resistance. The First Blade of the Emperor? Yes, the Emperor's spymaster and assassin. His name was stricken from all records, his very identity erased so he could exist outside the boundaries of the law. This gave the Emperor great freedom in handling matters some would deem objectionable to the throne. All knew it, none would dare bring it to the light, lest they have a meeting with the First Blade. He was truly unparalleled in his art, feared even by the Nightblades of the noble houses, many of whom silently met their end at his hands. One might question the morality of his job, but not the ruthless effectiveness of his performance. I will say, though, he did deliver a form of justice to many corrupt and vile men. He silenced many conflicts before they could grow into larger and bloodier ordeals. What does an Inquisitor do? Oh, no. First this. How did you escape from Warden Creek's lab? As an Inquisitor, I had access to many occult artifacts and relics that had come into the safekeeping of the Luminari. Some that were deemed more benign were occasionally lent out to veteran Inquisitors, and I have used them to great advantage. Creek underestimated that. Could I have access to some of these? These aren't toys we just hand out to everybody. They are powerful artifacts that have to be handled carefully. Besides that, they are now irreplaceable as the vault of the Luminari has fallen into the hands of our enemies. I can only hope that the Ethereals never discern the power of some of the more potent objects within the vaults, or at least wise enough not to use them. In any case, I'm afraid the answer is no. What does an Inquisitor do? The Inquisitors of the Luminari were responsible for investigating and eliminating any supernatural threats within the Empire. That could mean anything from breaking up an occult coven to securing a dangerous artifact or even hunting down otherworldly creatures that occasionally cross the veil between realities. The cult of Chthon was one of the greatest challenges because the root of it, the dying god, is beyond our reach or power to destroy. It has been with us since ancient times. Given their recent rise to power, it also seems to be one of our greatest failures. Okay, so that is everything done in Homestead. One thing I didn't check is my status with... my status with Black Legion isn't good enough to buy anything. What about you, Sergeant Serif? Oh yeah, these quests opened up when we finished the quest line in the fields. Sergeant Serif. Excuse me, citizen, but I was wondering if you could help me out with something. What do you need? Homestead is running low on building supplies. We've already salvaged the barn roof to reinforce the walls, but there's only so much we can do with sheets of metal. One of the buildings here would be a perfect place to let our men catch some sleep, but it's completely run down. We are going to need lumber, and I know just the place to get it. Problem is, the nearest lumber mill is overrun with chthonic spawn. I've insisted to the captain that our men need a place to rest properly, but she feels that the casualties would be too great to risk retaking the mill. We are not under her command. You are not under her command. You can do as you choose. Please head out into the Blood Grove to the north. What a lovely place. And secure Griver's mill. After your heroics at the gruesome harvest, a few chthonic runs should be a cakewalk. Okay. And one more quest here. I also wanted to check my reputation status with Homestead. Maybe I can buy something here.
I'll give you a good price.
It's decent, but not stellar. It's probably these are going to be underleveled. Yeah, those are level 35. I'm not even gonna read those, but these could be something maybe. Weaponry. What do I have on my weapons? Nothing. I do not have weapon components or weapon augments yet. Chaos resistance doesn't really help. Unfortunately, no chaos damage. Some armor increases. Do I really just stick with stun duration reduction? It's probably the best I've got, right? Wait, does Devil's Crossing really not have any augments for weapons? That's hard to believe. I'm gonna also check the rings. This is the wrong damage typing. Yeah, they will not be for chaos. That would be weird. I'm gonna accept this quest. I'm gonna go check back with Devil's Crossing. I think I might have missed a weapon augment. Okay, Scoutmaster Lysel. I hear you're going to attack the cultist camps. Ballsy move, but after what you did to that ethereal abomination, I suppose you're capable of anything. Since you're already planning to stick your neck out for us, I was wondering if you could do the Legion a small service. What can you tell me about the area? Well, I'd best describe it as somewhere between in trouble and royally screwed. We have ethereals to the south and west. You've done a number of their farm though, so we probably don't have to worry about them as much anymore. Not for a while at least. The cultists are assaulting us from the north. They've been capturing any stragglers and bringing them to their blood farms to harvest for some chthonic rituals. Those are the lucky ones. The others get strung up like scarecrows for the birds to have their feast. Finally, we have the Dermapteran infestation to the west. So long as they stay to the fields, we don't want anything to do with them. We're spread thin as it is. Did you say you needed help? At Captain Somer's command, I've been sending out scouting parties to the north in order to study the cultist operations there. The cult has a strong presence in the Blood Grove. They've been bringing powerful chthonic monstrosities into the world. Needless to say, it's dangerous work. Many of my men have not returned. When a soldier falls in battle and we can't recover the body, we make sure to at least bring back their insignia so that they can receive a humble send-off to whatever hell awaits us all. My scouts deserve more, but right now I can't even give them that. We've lost too many men out there as it is. I can't spare anyone else to recover those insignias. Will you pay my men this last respect? I'll be sure to make it worth your while. Okay. I'm gonna check my stash. Maybe I've...
Your stash safe?
Oh yeah, I only have the health increasing stuff. My weapons from Devil's Crossing.
It's safe with me.
That really the best we've got? Yeah, I guess there's nothing chaos related there, so that makes sense. Okay, so I wanted to finish off the stuff that I didn't do, that I bailed on. Which is going to be a lower crossing here. Maybe now we can actually kill the Guardian. Should be strong enough now. I mean, we could do damage to him decently enough. The problem was he was doing too much damage to us. I'm gonna open a portal just in case, because it is possible that we're dying again. Maybe multiple times, but I think we should be able to finish him off now. Yeah, he still hurts. It's actually not so much him, it's the eyes that he summons. Those are the primary damage source, and unfortunately they're staying far enough away that I cannot AoE them from here. But if I just block them off, that also works. If I block them off by terrain, I mean. Ah, they're multiplying too fast. Die, die, die. Okay, got him. And that's a lot of damage. Okay. Third time's the charm. Actually, I'm not even sure it was the third time, it might have been more. Level 60 items. So belts, stun duration, bleeding resistance, aether resistance. Defensive ability. You know, I could. Unless I need the chaos res. I could. But my stun resistance is actually good enough now. So I don't need that one. The bleeding resistance I don't really need either. Aether resistance is more or less capped. And losing acid res would be a bad idea. So no, I'm not gonna make that swap. Now the important thing, we have picked up the runestone here, so that's gonna be the important thing. I need to read through. Well, I don't need to because I know where it leads, but if you're playing for the first time, that's what you need to pay attention to. So we got this paper when we killed that thing. The Hidden Path Dreeg. Welcome, Seeker, to the truth. To this bastion of knowledge. You have taken your first step along the way to the deeper truths, as countless brothers and sisters have done before you. The path now presented to you is a treacherous one. You will be persecuted for your practices, hunted like a rodent by the Empire's luminary hounds. But to persevere, to endure the trials that our patron lords have endured, that is the way to true power. through the Eldritch Realm. You stand before the shrine of Dreeg, the oldest of the three witch gods. The great guardian sought to know all, to see the truth behind that veil that blinds us all. In arrogance, or perhaps foresight, he cast aside the ancient warnings and the cautionary words of his peers. Dreeg reached into the veil and witnessed the workings of the gods themselves. For his hubris, he was struck blind, but it was then that his eyes had become truly open. Exposed to the wild magic of the Eldritch Realm, he was forever changed. Cruel spines pierced his flesh, acidic blood dripping from the festering wounds for all eternity. What emerged from beyond the veil bore little resemblance to the man that entered. Dreeg was reborn a god. Dreeg now watches over us all. His peerless gaze pierces through our very souls and sees us for who we really are. To stand before the great guardian is an honor without match. To hear his voice is a blessing from the heavens themselves. If you are indeed deserving of his attention, then follow the way of the three. Travel to the broken lands beyond the Arkovian border, where harpies feast on the flesh of the unworthy. Seek a path blocked by stone. If you carry the message of Dreeg, the way shall open before you. Now, what this says is, if you take this runestone that we found, runestone carried by the thralls of Dreeg, there is an inscription along the edge. Though the three are now as one, it was not always so. Wary of the other's power, they quarreled across Cairn in destructive displays of eldritch might. Mountains crumbled and rivers shifted, but no god emerged the victor. So what the note said was we are supposed to take this runestone to the foothills, the broken hills here. And the runestones themselves each give you a clue which you then need to assemble. Once you have all three runestones, the highlighted word, which in this case is rivers, will lead you to the final destination of the questline. This is the most important questline in the entire game because it gives you both a skill point and an attribute point, which is the highest permanent reward that you can get from any quest. At least it is the most that you get from any one quest. One of each. So we're going to take the runestone to the next spot. And hopefully that boss is also not stronger than we are. Because we needed multiple attempts at the Guardian of Dreeg. Hopefully this one will be better. I think it is down here, right? Yeah. There it is. We have the stone, this will open. I'm gonna open a portal, because I don't want to run here again if we die. And it's quite possible that we will, because he is dangerous. Brutal axe, that's a bleeding axe. Pierce and bleeding axe, I believe. So, how bad is it up in here? Ouch, that hurts. As long as we don't stand in the fire, we should be fine. We thankfully have enough vitality and chaos resistance to deal with him. Okay, we have the runestone of Solal, which gives us the second word that we need, the second key. This time, runestone carried by the adherents of Solal. There is an inscription along the edge. In the end, it was Solal who looked past the carnage and saw the inevitability of their actions. In truth, none could triumph while all three were equal. He sent his loyal attendant to speak before the rest of a resolution. They would seal a pact there among the swampy remains of their last skirmish. So rivers, swampy, and now we have a hidden path Solal text. Again, these letters are a little too small for me, so sorry if I mumble, or rather, if I stumble. You have traveled far, Sequel, and seen much, but still the veil between worlds blinds you to the deeper truths. You stumble about the world we inhabit, eager for answers that the Empire and its luminary deny. They think us heretics, followers of false gods, and yet none of them can claim to have witnessed the power of their deities, their illusions. Show me the cripples that men here has cured, the armies that Oleron has toppled, the beasts that Mogrodren spared from the hunt. You cannot, because they are not real. But the witch gods, born of man, had ascended to raise us from our ignorance. If you are willing to listen, they may open your eyes as well. You now stand before the shrine of Solal, the youngest of the three. Eldritch fire is at his behest. The very essence of the Eldritch realm is to mold and shape as he sees fit. Clothed in black robes to hide his gaunt frame, Solal glides unseen through the shadowy veil to hunt unwitting mortals for their vitality. Many a devout of Solal had been asked to make the ultimate sacrifice, to present themselves before the dark god and offer their life, so that Solal may bestow his infinite wisdom upon those that remain. You, worthy seeker, do not yet have the attention of the gods, but know that with each step you take, you bring yourself closer to the three. Go now to the frozen lands of the north, where primitive tribes had constructed standing stones ages ago. Armed with the words of Solal and Dreek, the way shall be open to you. So now that we have the two stones, we can proceed somewhere up north in the snow. However, one more thing that I wanted to finish here, one more thing that we started and did not finish, because the area was too difficult. Actually, I don't need to walk there on foot, I can just port. Is Ravenkur's tomb, which was like 10 levels above us, or like 8 at least. Now we are almost at the appropriate level to go in there. Which means we can not only kill Ravenkur, but we can also try to cleanse the Celestial Totem that was there. Those are always nasty to deal with, but dealing with them when you're severely underleveled, that's just a bad idea. Maybe now I can actually handle it. We also greatly increased our chaos resistance, so surviving Nerinkur himself is gonna be much easier. I'm gonna kill the boss first, and then I'm gonna try the totem. There's a corpse that I didn't investigate. Oh, wait, what? My corpse is still here? I haven't died since? That's actually quite impressive. I thought I died. He still hurts. Might need to create some distance from those. Come on. Unfortunately, he's very slow, so... the crystals don't nearly one-shot us anymore. That's good news. And we dispatch them very quickly. That hurts. What kind of damage do those seals deal? That's not vitality and chaos, I think. The color doesn't seem right. He's applying some sort of curse at me. What is it? Reducing defensive ability and speed. It feels like he's reducing more than that. He's reducing my resistances, I feel like. Ooh, okay, so what I said about them not nearly one-shotting me, I was wrong. Oh, fuck. Ah. Took me a little too long to kill that crystal. Well, good thing I have a waypoint. Or a rift gate. Ah. I do have to graveyard zerg these bosses, but I mean, he's level 69. Nice. I'm not enjoying it as much. Standing in between them, that's not good. Because I'm getting hit by both. And he hurts. Come on. Waddle away. Just a little bit. That was... Oh, it didn't trigger. Right, cool. That was a bad place to dodge into. Come on, he's almost dead. There we go. Motherfucker. Okay, so that's that. So let's try the totem now. These are always rough. Rough. Yeah, Jesus. This is gonna be a lot of pulling. There's no way I'm just standing in that. Yeah, a lot of ground effects, a lot of area denial over there. Tentacles and rifts. And there's 4 of them. They usually spawn, they can spawn, I think, in a range of like 2 to 4. So I got the highest number I could. Yeah, and their ground deny, look at that. Their ground denying effects will just stack up. So it's gonna be really hard to find a time when it's safe to attack. Come on, stop overlapping. Oh, some of them gave up. I don't mind. I can actually fight 2 of them, but... Oh, or maybe not. Okay, maybe I can fight 1 of them. That was a hard hit. Yeah, I mean, this is... I didn't even check what level they are, but definitely I'm here too early, right? Yeah, 71. Jesus. It's that attack specifically that hits way too hard. It's like spike with the tentacles. The rest seems okay. Yeah, that one I need to dodge. Which is kind of difficult when they're overlapping 2 of them. It's not always easy to see what they're doing. Yeah, it's big wind-up. I don't even remember them having this attack before. But then again, I don't remember a lot of stuff from before. 3 years of not playing the game will do that to you. Oh, they are now doing it both? Okay, if we can get their attacks to synchronize, that would be great. That's 1. Okay, there's 2. Chains of Anguish, I'm not messing around with that shit. So how many? Was it 4 or was it actually 5? Where's my corpse? It was 5. Okay, so I got the maximum number I could have. Don't think it goes any higher than that. Hello. I need to time my dodges better. I need to save them for this big spike attack. So many tentacles. Is this hentai? Again, the spike attack. Oof. And there isn't much safe space to stand. Don't. Oof. Almost got hit by it. Jesus, man. Can you guys take a chill pill? That's a spike. Have you guys heard about consent touching me with these tentacles? Nobody asked for anything. Just groping me all the time. Ooh, I didn't see that coming. I really don't remember them having that attack before. I think all 3 of them used it now. No, one of them didn't. Okay. 2 left. Okay, that's that spike. I can burst him probably before he recharges it. Nope, he recharges it faster. Okay, that's him. Last one. Oh, alright. Man, that is nasty. Why did I have to get the highest number I could? That said, it's a lot of items, but it's probably not even gonna be upgrades, I'm afraid. I think I'm gonna go over those after the stream, because that's full inventory of stuff, right? Ah, just about. Okay, what else? What time is it? I could go for a little bit longer. Do I try Steps of Torment? Because that is the last area I believe that I gave up on. I could try Steps of Torment still. Other than that, I would have to start Pine Barrens, and that's a long haul. There aren't really many portals there. There's one. So yeah, I will try Steps of Torment. Not the challenge dungeon part of it, but the part leading up to it. To complete the quest to kill Zartuzalan. That area was also overleveled. I believe they were level 65. So now I might be kind of okay. Also, I believe Zartuzalan was one of the bosses that was nerfed this hotfix. So if he was like super rippy, shotgunny, now he might be okay for us to fight. What have you guys been playing? If you are playing. Although I think I will have to go back to town anyway, because there's gonna be too many items before I finish this dungeon. I can just not pick some of them up, I guess. I say as I immediately pick up the next rare I find. I hope we do not reach Nemesis status with Undead. Okay, those hurt. Those Phantasmal Blades hurt. I only got hit by like 2 of them. What's my status with Arkovian Undead? Okay, we have time, that's fine. I really cannot afford to fight a Nemesis yet. I need to remember to reapply all of my curses now. They really do make a big difference to our damage. Because we had time to build them up to a decent level. So I think my Bone Chilling Cry doesn't have a lot of area. I almost killed myself with the retaliation. What is the area on this? 7 meters. Yeah, it's not much. Wait, this is a... No, it's not a hidden entrance. Again, I have to kill the priests before they start healing everybody. Ow! What was that about? And there are no heroes, these are super easy actually. Unless I'm starting to take the retaliation damage from the knights. They don't hurt that much, even though they almost just killed me. There's no lore notes here, I believe. Which reminds me I didn't read the lore note for Ravenkur. The Chaos Skeleton that I just killed. Priests again. And more priests. Stop it. This guy can hurt real bad. Leave you like a stomp attack or something. That deals a tremendous amount of physical damage. Grasp of the Dead. Cold and vitality damage. Oh yeah, that's the offhand, the skeletal offhand. Unfortunately not for us. I'm gonna leave some of these behind. Priests again. Hello, Craftlin. Welcome back. Unfortunately, you're kind of joining at the end of the stream. I'm just gonna finish this dungeon up to Zartuzelen, and then I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. I am cooked. Real tired today. Oh, the retaliation again. Fucking skeletal knights. Hate you, hate you, hate you. Yeah, of course not. That's gonna be a while still. Though I'm at least getting closer to Asterkarn. We're gonna be heading out of Homestead up north now, so Asterkarn is not too far away. Still probably gonna be at least 2 streams before I reach expansion content, and that is depending on if I decide to go to the Necropolis first out of Fort Icon, or if I... Wow, this is starting to hurt. Or if I leave Logorian for later. Based on what the devs said, you should be doing Ashes of Malmuth first. But there's no way I'm doing Ashes of Malmuth before touching the new expansion. It's already trying my patience that I'm doing this slow leveling process without any of the acceleration from potions and low car set. For what? For Fangs of Asterkarn you don't. Or if you mean to find the sets, I believe the set should drop anywhere. As long as you're the appropriate level, but it's a level 94 set, so that's... I was thinking about Vera Raven actually, that was the first build that I was considering. Issue is, I am not sure about the sustain on Vera Raven, because it doesn't have any built-in lifesteal or weapon damage. Really? Do I really have to be on Ascended? Oh, by the way, I checked the Drake Alanor that you were talking about last time. And yeah, you were checking the wrong version on Grim Tools. The one on Grim Tools that has like 900 retaliation damage or something, that's the base one, the like level 50 or whatever. The one that you found with 4,500 retaliation damage, that's the mythical one. The level 94. So yeah, it wasn't buffed, it's just you were looking at the wrong item. Holy shit, what was that? Okay, I'm gonna open a portal just in case, but these shrines aren't that bad usually. It's not a monster totem, so... Freezer is not making me happy. Jesus, so many waves of them. That's my ghoul proc. Holy shit! Ah, come on. So close. How did I die to these last guys? All the heroes were dead. What is going on? Where is the damage coming from? I just killed a bunch of heroes of this type. That is strangely loopy. What the fuck? Explain that to me. Okay, I guess we are engaging coward tactics. And fighting them around the corner. Oh, Priest is healing him. What the shit was that, though? Was it the Warlock maybe reducing my resistances and then they slammed me with heavy physical attacks? Jesus! Normal yellow mobs. Absolutely shredding me. I picked everything up there. Yeah. Well, it makes sense because Drake Alanor. Like, firstly, it's Lightning Wearer Raven. Yeah. He would probably pick something faster than this. Drake Alanor should be strong though, because firstly it's a two-handed retaliation weapon. And retaliation really benefits from having a shield, because there's a whole bunch of devotion procs that trigger on block. So if you don't have a shield, you're immediately disadvantaged in some way. That's one thing, and also the stuff that's Drake Alanor supports as a retaliation source is kind of weird. Like, it's what, Judgment, Retaliation Judgment, that's not really a heavily supported skill, and the other thing is Amarsta's Blade Burst, I believe, plus Blood of Drake. So like, Nightblade is not a big retaliation mastery, and then you are trying to make Judgment a worthwhile retaliation skill, which I guess it has a Heart of Brass, which is a decent retaliation source, but the skill itself, 5-second cooldown, takes a lot to deal significant damage with it. Especially if you're relying on retaliation and not damage over time. So it makes sense that the weapon would be very juiced. These guys are still super high level. I think they scaled away from me again. Because when I was entering this area earlier in the stream, the enemies were like, I believe, 65s and stuff, and now I am seeing some that are like nearing 70. Maybe I'm misremembering, maybe they were this high already. I need to remember that after I finish this I wanted to go check rovers, because I reached revered status with them, right? Wasn't that what I just... Yeah, and I didn't even check their augments. There might be something important I'm missing there. Oh boy. If this is going to be anything like the fight around the shrine, I'm just gonna open a portal. Okay. One at a time, please. That's not what one at a time looks like. Oh, this is rippy. This is so rippy. Oh, there's a priest here again. Man, these new heroes are really mean. Infernal has a whole lot of pain. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this is not going well. Oh boy. Yeah, they weren't messing around making these new hero modifiers. That is some crazy shit. I mean, I haven't really figured it out yet, so I guess there might be some safe time to attack him, where he just doesn't fire off those projectiles, and I'm just ignoring the window. I should be doing it, and hitting him anyway. Oh, I don't have space. Fuck this then, fuck this then, fuck this, fuck this. He's almost dead. So am I. Oh boy. Holy shit. I think out of all the new ones, the infernal ones might be the hardest so far. Like, I've seen Celestial, what was it, Arctic, still not quite sure what Arctic does. Bramble, Infernal, and Thunderstruck, or Thundering, and these infernal ones are so far by far the hardest. Did I see a chest there? Yes, I did. Amulet of Scorched Earth. Some resistances. Yeah, I cannot sacrifice the defenses here. Okay, let's see how bad Zartuzalina is. This is his floor, right? Yeah, this is his floor. Okay, so we increase this, get the chaos res up, the area up. Duration doesn't scale. At least that is decent from the get-go. Oh, I also got the devotion shrine and once again forgot to invest the points. So let's finish this. This also enables me to get rid of this. Actually, no, it doesn't. Because I will eventually be taking Rowan's crown, for which I do need the 4th point. So next up, I will be taking either Scholar's Light or Raven. And then I can slowly start heading towards Korvac, finally. Okay, let's get ripped. What's our fire res doing? Oh, I didn't read the Narenkur. Oh, was I calling him Ravenkur incorrectly? Oh, that is a Rovenakur, that's a different hero. Okay, let's read this. Ravings of Narenkur. Banished. This sheer audacity. The other oligarchs assured me that if not for my standing, I would have been butchered on the spot like a sow. Past her prime. Instead, they gave me the dignity of exile. In truth, they fear me. They fear what I've achieved, what I've uncovered in the depths of our libraries. There is a power in this universe, a gnawing madness that threatens to unravel all we've built. It yearns for the blood that was taken, and we are but mere drops in the ocean of its torment. To defy a true god, a being so ancient it predates time, is folly. My eyes have been opened, and I now walk the true path to our ascension. The others cry heresy, but I could see the terror fester within them. They are more than willing to torture an old man for his alleged secrets to immortality, but yet even this trickle of knowledge strikes them with disgust. If only life was not but a flicker in the infinite stars. Oh, what I could do, what I could learn with several lifetimes. Yeah, and then he got cursed by Uraboruk for immortality. So, started summoning a bunch of demons, as you do. You know, you're on a holiday, why not do some recreational demon summoning? Yeah, he does hurt, but I first need to deal with the summons. Because there are priests here that will keep healing him up. This is a mess already. And we've already just started. Okay, that's down. Oh, holy shit. And this is after nerfs. This is after nerfs. I am in trouble. Nope. Am I even doing any significant damage? It looks like his health barely moved. Didn't even check what level he was. That's a bit much. What level are you, you bastard? $71. Yeah, nice. And you're full health again. Seriously, he's not even taking damage. What is this? Is there a priest here? No, that's not a priest. And I'm dead. How is he not taking damage? Okay, I guess I have to leave this for later. I'm gonna give it one more try to see if I'm gonna turn on health bars, health bar numbers. Just to see what's kind of health we're dealing with. Because that seems a bit too much for me. I'm a stubborn bastard. I fought bosses I should not have fought way earlier than I should have, but... He has 2 million health. And it is not moving. Okay, no, this is gonna be for later. I mean, I will have to come back here anyway, when I do the quests for Anasteria, so I guess I leave it for them. But before I stop, I wanted to check the Arkovian shop, because the rovers have some new augments for me.
Give you a good price.
I'll send this back. I could have checked the items, because this has a good bit of health on it, but... Pierce resistance could be helpful. I would lose bleeding. This might be worth considering just for the health increase. And this as well. Actually, I should do this chaos. Anything that has chaos damage on it, I will read, and everything else I don't care about. No. Oh, by the way, this is a Wildhow armor, that's a new one. Added with this expansion. Second right, Form of the Beast, Veracity. Those are all relevant. And the armor itself would be relevant if I was doing cold damage. Okay, this might bear considering. It's a pistol, so who cares? This deals chaos damage, but it's gonna be worse than what I have. Okay, so... let's check these. So this is probably... I think I already checked these before. Yeah, I already bought these. So what is here for us? This I'm gonna buy for future. This is health for pets. Not really. So no. These are not better than what I have. Okay, good to know. So, I'm gonna check the items, compare them to what I have. I would lose chaos damage, acceptable. I can afford to lose the elemental resistance, because I'm heavily overcapped, so that's fine. And bleeding resistance, whatever. I would increase my pierce resistance, my health, my physique. I would lose % damage. I think survivability is now more important. Although, yeah, I was not doing any damage to Zartuzalan, but I was also dying too fast, so... Yeah, I need to tank up. This is chaos damage, which we do want. Pierce res. Less than I have on the armor that I have equipped. Poison, vitality, chaos. Vulnerability is increased damage, but I think this will be... Veracity, Form of the Beast, second right. I do not have Form of the Beast. Second Right is nice, but not crucial, and Voracity is lifesteal. Actually, probably don't want this. My health will go down if I equip that. Yeah, so I'll just swap the helmet. The rest can go.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Do I even need this component on it anymore? Poison Res does need help, Aether Res does need help, Elemental Res does not, but yeah, I guess I do. Keep the add-on. Alrighty, so I guess we're giving up on Zartuzalan for now, and with that we have done everything else leading up to Homestead, except Pine Barrens. So Pine Barrens is where I'm gonna... Oh, also I could consider swapping this back because I no longer need the Aether resistance, right? Yeah, I only needed the Aether resistance to deal with the amalgamation, which is now dealt with. So I can swap this back. This is still a level away. So this is gonna be our next upgrade. I'm gonna keep it in my inventory so I don't forget it when next I level up.
I'll keep an eye out.
I lost all of my experience that I gained because I died in between so much. Fucking Zartuzalan, and he was nerfed. I don't even want to think how bad he was before. He must be doing so much physical damage because my fire is 84. And I'm surprised I'm not doing any damage to him. Either he's healing himself or he has some absorb shield against chaos. So, yeah, next step is Pine Barrens. So I'm just gonna unlock the waypoint there and call it night. Because I am tired and it's late. It's... what is it? Yeah, 1 o'clock at night for me now. So I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm so disappointed that I didn't kill Zartuzalan though. I hate leaving stuff undone. I mean, I killed Elena when she was 20 levels above me. It took a lot of dying, but I... Yeah, see you later, Craflin. Nice seeing you again. It's so nice to be fighting stuff that is level appropriate again. I am shocked that Zartuzalan was so strong. Like, he was always a pain in the ass, but that I'm not even able to damage to him is... I'm gonna have to look him up, I think, on Grim Tools and see what the deal is. If he has some new skills that I'm not aware of. Because like dying to him, I'm not unfamiliar with that feeling, but not being able to damage him, that's new to me. Okay. Here we are, Pine Barrens. Deathmark Cadris. You must be one tough slave to make it way out here on your own. Deathmark cadres of the Black Legion. What brings you here, citizen? I'm exploring the area. Or rather, well, let's do these first before he gives us any quests. The Black Legion? Yes, the Imperial Elite, the conquerors of Enmar, must be from the rural country. They didn't know much about us at Homestead either. Well, we know where is Homestead, so I'm not gonna ask. Actually, I am. Is that where you're headed? You're going the wrong way, friend. Homestead is far to the north of here. Follow the dusty road. Thanks. Black Legion, what are you doing out here? My squad's been deployed out here to the Pine Barrens in order to hunt down the dangerous wildlife roaming outside of Homestead. It's a grueling process, but someone's gotta do it. Need any help? The Manticore waste stalkers pack a potent venom up in their barbed tails. It's quite caustic and can burn through nearly anything. My hope is that the Legion can use it in their effort against the Chthonian invaders. We are dealing with a large group of cultists up near Homestead, and they are starting to bring in larger demons from the void. We need to turn the tide and fast, or soon there won't be a home to defend. If you bring me back a venom gland from a waste stalker, then I will gladly provide you with a blade specially coated with their poison. Should do some serious damage in a fight. What do you say? I will get you the venom. I also... well, I wanted to exhaust some other dialogue with him, but I guess I can't anymore. Deathmark Valar. That's far enough. You have entered the Black Legion camp. State your business. What are you doing out here? We are on a hunt for the dangerous wildlife. With humanity on the run, beasts have begun crawling out of their dang holes. We are here to make sure that they cause no more harm to the people of Homestead. Need any assistance? Well, my men are stretched thin and the beasts are numerous. You would do us all a favor by killing just about anything roaming in the wilds. But if you are keen on risking your life, I do have a few targets in mind that I would gladly pay you to eliminate. To the west is an area known as the Jagged Waste. There you will find the pride of manticores. Their matriarch, Mogara, is a bloodthirsty beast with a taste for human flesh. Put her down and I will give you a fine share of iron bits. I will hunt down Mogara. Okay, I'm gonna finish off by reading the lore note. What is this thing? Wave of the Black Blood. Chaos damage, two-handed. Ah. Maybe if I had specced into Kraken on the devotion tree. This could have been an interesting option. But as it is, it will drop my damage way low. Yeah. Okay, dangerous roads. The fools curse the Empire soldiers for abandoning their post at Tyrant's Hold. What devilry has compelled them to do such a thing? Do they want to see travelers killed and devoured by savages and beasts? I pay the Empire very high taxes to keep the roads safe. If they are not going to do their part, then I will simply stop doing mine. When I return to the Merchants Guild, I will be filing a formal complaint against the Empire and the army. If I can generate enough support, then we can boycott the major cities and put some real pressure on the diplomats in Erulan. Maybe even force them to pay restitution to the guild. They may be royalty, but even they will bend to the power of coin. It would make me very happy indeed to see the almighty Empire bowing to the guild for a change. And now, more wonderful news. A traveler heading north said they were robbed by bandits to the south. What's worse is many of these criminals were dressed in soldiers' uniforms. Is it possible the regiment from Tyrant's Hold has gone rogue? I think it's high time we did away with this decrepit system of rule. It's treason to even think such thoughts, much less write them down, but if we survive this, it will be long past time for dramatic change. Pavel Ludnum. Okay, so this is where I'm gonna stop for tonight. Tomorrow I'm going to finish all of this area, Tyrant's Hold, Pine Barrens, Shaded Basin, and probably gonna go check back with Johnny the Scar. Hopefully there will be some new development, because I'm still baffled by what that NPC is doing there. It has to have something to do with this area. Otherwise I'm at a loss. And then we're going to head up from Homestead, leaving Steps of Torment, I guess, unfinished, because I just can't get past Sartuzalan currently. hopefully gather some upgrades in Blood Grove, and then it's off to Asterkarn. Fort Icon, and we'll see. I still haven't decided. This is far ahead, like I'm not going to make it to Fort Icon tomorrow on next stream. It's probably gonna be stopping somewhere in like Dark Whale Gate, if my current pace is anything to go by. So yeah, that's it for tonight. Thank you for coming, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.